is right here in Madison, Wisconsin. Without further ado, I would really like to get right into it since we started late. Before we start any content, I do want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the sponsors of this event, including Associated Bank, American Family Insurance, Wisconsin Public Radio, Isthmus, Ultratech, and the Wisconsin Film Festival. Thanks to their support, we were able to pull together this event and be here with you today. I would also like to thank all of the specific COVID-19 funding and opportunities that we have been fortunate enough to receive, and give a big shout out to Governor Tony Evers for supporting cultural organizations in the state of Wisconsin through these difficult times. So without further ado, I really am excited to share this original cool song with you, and some other content. And then we'll be checking in with Christina, and hopefully we'll be able to get Fred Seeger, who is an Arts for All Wisconsin artist, and he's doing some live artwork with us today, and hopefully we'll be able to get a chance to see the work that he's doing too.
Tried to get my thoughts to clear, but they wouldn't leave my head. So I grabbed a brush and grabbed some paint and then drew them out instead. 'Cause I wonder what the day will bring, and I find it hard to say most things, but I want to share my feelings. So I think I'll be an artist. Trouble with things come easier to some, but I always find I ease my mind just by banging on a drum. When I use my voice to sing a song, and all my friends they sing along. We sing together, we sound strong. Yeah, we sound like we are artists.
Hi, I'm Timothy Simons, and I'm an actor.
And I'm Annie Simons, and I'm a theater educator.
And we are very happy to be here to support Arts for All Wisconsin in their first annual telethon.
We think it's really important that everyone has access to the arts, and Arts for All Wisconsin is a statewide nonprofit with the mission to support and work with people with disabilities through the arts. Your donation now will help Arts for All in this work and continue providing programs during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic.
And there are lots of ways that you can help. You can text a donation to the number on the screen, or you can call to donate at 608-241-2131. Thanks again for being here and helping us support Arts for All Wisconsin.
Thank you so much, Tim and Annie, for being part of this day. Hi, I'm Christina Martin-Wright, Executive Director of Arts for All Wisconsin. Thank you so much for bearing with us during our initial launch into this brand new world. We're delighted that things worked out.
I'm just glad you're here, Christina. Thanks for being here with me.
Great. I didn't know if Mike was still here. That's terrific. I don't know if you've heard, but it's 2020 and anything is possible in 2020, including putting together a telethon to raise money for Arts for All Wisconsin. And there are several ways to give. Mike, you set up the text to give, which made us feel so very fancy. So if I understand this correctly, I can just text to the number 44321.
That's the number, 44321.
Okay, so put that in, and then in like I'm sending a message to a friend, I write Arts for All. Right?
That's right.
And just send it.
Arts, the number 4 and
number
all.
4.
And it's not case sensitive or anything. And then that will give you a prompt and let you find an easy way to donate. That is just the miracle of technology. Isn't it such a blessing and a curse? Well, it certainly put us behind schedule. It did. And we have such a full day. I'm so grateful for all of the work that has gone into this. We have hours and hours of fantastic content to share with you today. Yeah. So. And there are definitely some people that we want to thank. I already talked a lot about our sponsors, Associated Bank, American Family Insurance. But we also want to take some time out to thank all of the people that helped make this happen, even beside the people that contributed all of the content. We had some volunteers helping us with ASL interpretation, with open captioning for the content. And we had some great board members and task force members that helped us put all of this together. Christina, I'm going to let you name all those names, if you can even remember them all. Thank you. Well, I do remember that when we first set out to do this, we said we do not want to call this an events committee, because that's super boring. So instead, we called it a task force. And on that task force, we had community members such as Matthew Sanborn, who incidentally, we just watched playing drums and guitar and singing backup on the song Artist that was created for this event. And then we're also going to see him later on in his other group, the Passerbys. And then we also want to thank Leanne Tiska. Interestingly enough, her daughter and her husband are both performing in separate segments today. And then Ben Reiser, who we just cannot thank enough for all of the work that he has done with Arts for All. And it was Ben who was the lead vocalist on the song Artist. We also want to thank a new board member who came on this summer named Jason Rasmussen. Also, there are so many different people who help to introduce us to some of the new faces that are new to Arts for All. I want to thank Amy Francis, Michael Pizzuto, and Eric Salisbury for introducing us to some folks that are going to perform here today. What, are you done? I'm done. I'm not a ghost. If I go like this, you can maybe see me a little bit better, but then I just look like Christina's holding me up. And I promise I've already donated to Arts for All Wisconsin. Yes, and you've given plenty, Mike. There are lots of ways that you can donate today during this time. As Christina said, you can text the word arts number 4 all to 44321. You can also go on our website at artsforallwi.org, and you can hit any one of those donate buttons to help us. You can also call. We have one of our great staff members, that's right, on the phone at 608-241-2131. And we appreciate your support very much. And believe me, when you see all the stuff we have lined up, you'll be happy to support it. It's a lot of fantastic stuff. So I think, since we're a little behind schedule, we should probably move on to that next thing. And I think the next thing we're going to see is a couple of songs from Eric Jellin, who is a member of the Madison-based band, The Mascot Theory, and he's got some great music for us. So I hope you stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Eric Chelland with The Mascot Theory out of Madison, Wisconsin. Very excited to be at this Arts for All Wisconsin first annual telethon. I'm going to play a couple songs for you, and enjoy, and please donate away. All right, this first song is called First Summer Breeze.
Stay with me tonight. I know it's so hard to divide all the glitter in this world from the wreckage on the shoreline. These days, not much to celebrate. We build walls and we fortify the gates. There's corruption in the streets, distrust between the sheets, and we've been through it all. Yeah, we've seen it all. Now every chain can be broken. Yeah, and every door that is shut can be opened. Here comes the relief. Oh, it's riding on the back of a breeze. And it's covering you. It's preaching to me. It's the first summer breeze. At times, we all lose control. One wrong step can leave you in a hole, filled with anger and disgrace. Failure painted on your face. Dreaming, driving through the snow. I see no lines upon the road. There's a pile up on the interstate. I hope I'm alive, but when I wake, I better slow it down. Better slow it down. Every word, every warning, every breath that you create in the morning. Here comes the relief. Oh, it's riding on the back of a breeze. And it's covering you. It's preaching to me. It's the first summer breeze. Life every life has a purpose. Yeah, even a sinner like me don't feel that they deserve it. Here comes the relief. Oh, it's riding on the back of a breeze. And it's covering you. It's preaching to me. It's the first summer breeze. Oh, 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 oh. It's covering you. It's preaching to me. It's the first summer breeze. It's the first summer breeze.
First Summer Breeze. That's a Mascot Theory song. The next song I'm going to play is a song called Over the Horizon that I wrote coming back from Nashville, Tennessee in a plane and just kind of missing my family. So this song's kind of about missing your family.
Staring out a window 10,000 feet above the cold, a fitted sheet of nimbus clouds below. And though I can't see the highways or the churches where the children pray, I feel that they are safe inside today. When the world seems far away, so distant and out of reach from your tired and calloused hands, I assure you there's a glow where the river meets that shore. There's a good chance you will find just what you see over the horizon. All the highest mountains under me, all those mighty rivers bursting seams, an infant who is learning how to dream. And I know it's hard to see right now, those flowers planted in the fall will burst to life as soil begins to thaw. When the world seems far away, so distant, even out of reach from your tired and calloused hands, yeah, I assure you there's a glow where the river meets the shore. There's a good chance you will find just what you seek over the horizon. Please hold tight the ones you love, every kiss and every hug. You can never have enough. Count them one by one. Hold tight the ones you love, every kiss and every hug. You can never have enough. Yeah, count them one, and I'm staring out the window. 10,000 feet above gold, a fitted sheet of nimbus clouds below. Though I can't see the highways or the churches where the children pray, I feel that they are safe inside today. When the world seems far away, so distant, even out of reach from your tired and calloused hands, yeah, I assure you there's a glow where the river meets that shore. There's a good chance you will find just what you see over the horizon. Over the horizon.
That's Over the Horizon, song that I wrote with my band, The Mascot Theory. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to this first annual telethon for the Arts for All Wisconsin. Please donate and enjoy the rest of the show.
Don't you just love that? I mean, really, that was awesome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Eric. And we're so happy to have met you through this telethon. Now, I believe we're going to meet another new friend. Not a new friend to us. We've known this individual for some time, and his name is Fred Seeger. Let's go see what's up with Fred.
So Fred's muted, but he's on. There he is.
There's
Say
Fred.
hi to everybody, Fred.
Hi, Fred.
Hello, everyone. How's it going, computer people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fred, this is new for you, isn't it? This computer thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Fred's very old school.
Yeah. So Fred is a 2019 Creative Power Award-winning artist with Arts for All Wisconsin. And pre-pandemic, Fred was one of our favorite visitors who used to drop in all the time and chat and show us what he was working on. And we loved that because it's one of the things we really miss, because it's so inspiring to see an artist bring in new work under his arm and share it with us and talk to us about what he's doing and what his inspirations are. And so, and there, Christina's holding up one of Fred's works, I think that was in Call for Art this past year. Mm-hmm. And so Fred is in our visual art virtual studio working on art, and you can kind of see in the upper right of his screen what he's working on. He's kind of doing a Bob Ross for us. So what are you working on, Fred?
Well, I'm working on a farm scene, which is similar to the drawing that I won the award with, using artist pen, kind of a marker drawing. And I'm about halfway through this drawing, so you can see.
Yeah, next time we check in with you, maybe we'll switch those cameras, because I know everybody I want to see it better, but
yeah, I want you to as well.
I know you do, Fred. I know.
Yeah. And you know that you can see Fred's award-winning work in our traveling exhibition, and it is right now at the UW Hospital in Madison, in the surgical waiting room.
Yes. So tell us a little bit more about Call for Art and the traveling exhibition, Christina.
Oh, well, Call for Art is one of our programs. It's a statewide call for art. We make a call to artists of all ages, from 5 to infinity, to submit 2 pieces of original artwork. All art that is submitted to us is accepted and displayed. Now, normally we have exhibits here in our studio in Madison. Obviously, this past year we were not able to do that, so instead we switched to an online format. So all of the pieces are celebrated and appreciated, and many of them are for sale. And if anything sells, the works that are for sale sell, 70% of that sale goes directly to the artist. And another really special part of this call for art is that we invite 3 arts professionals to come in to jury the show. So they look at every single piece. This last year, Mike, we had what,
229 pieces
29.
of art from about 186 artists around the state.
And they choose in different categories, age categories, they choose a total of 10 pieces that they feel are most outstanding representations of work. And then those 10 pieces enter our traveling exhibition. And that exhibition travels the state. It's made up of 30 pieces. So every year, 10 cycle in and 10 cycle out. And for 3 years, these pieces travel the state, and they're exhibited in public places that are accessible, and free and accessible. And it's a wonderful way to share what we know and what we see with the rest of our state. It's a thrill to know that artists from all over and with all different abilities can be celebrated throughout small towns and big cities throughout the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah. I remember one of the first things I did when I started for Arts for All Wisconsin is I went to Arpin, Wisconsin, and I picked up the traveling exhibition from the library in Arpin, Wisconsin. And it was so cool because it's a very small town in rural Wisconsin. And it was so great to see all of that. And the library was very small too. And it was so great to see all of that fantastic artwork up there for the community to be able to access and see and be inspired by. So that was really great. And I did want to point out too that for those of you who are following our schedule, we got a little out of order, but don't worry. If you're an APT fan and you want to see Marcus Trushinsky do a Shakespearean monologue, that will be coming up very soon. So hang tight for that. And also a reminder that there are multiple ways for you to donate to support Arts for All Wisconsin, to support our call for art, our traveling exhibition, support artists like Fred and the work that he does. You can go directly to our website at artsforallwi.org. There are multiple donation links there. You click on one of those and that will take you to a donation page. You can also really easily just pick up your phone and text the word arts with the number 4 all to 44321. Or you can do it the old-fashioned telethon way and pick up the phone and call us at 608-241-2131. And any support you can give us today is greatly appreciated. And we hope that you're enjoying all of the cool content that we'll have for hours to come. So maybe we should get back to it.
I think so.
All right, let's get back to it.
Hello, Enterprise Transformation Officer for the American Family Insurance Group. I'm the executive sponsor of our Abilities Business Resource Group. Business resource groups at American Family are voluntary, employee-led teams formed based on shared characteristics, interests, life experiences, or backgrounds. Our Abilities Business Resource Group educates the American Family Enterprise about diverse abilities, strengthens connections through an inclusive network, and serves as a supportive resource for those who have diverse abilities. American Family has a strong commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. By creating a culture of belonging, we believe this commitment helps us all do our best work to deliver superior products and service to our customers. American Family is proud to sponsor and support Arts for All Wisconsin.
Hi, I'm Marcus Trushinsky. I want to thank Arts for All Wisconsin for including me in this wonderful project. Thank you. Hey, this is a piece from Love's Labor's Lost. Thank you so much for including me in this wonderful event. Oh, and I, forsooth, in love? I, that have been love's whip, a very beadle to a humorous sigh, a critic, nay, a night watch constable, a domineering pedant o'er the boy. This wimpled, whining, purblind, wayward boy, this senior, junior, giant dwarf, Dan Cupid, regent of love rhymes, lord of folded arms, the anointed sovereign of sighs and groans, dread prince of plackets, king of cod pieces. Oh, my little heart. What? I love, I sue, I seek a wife. A woman that is like a German clock, still a repairing, ever out of frame, and never going aright, being a watch, but being watched that it might still go right. Nay, to be perjured, which is worst of all, and among three, to love the worst of all. A wily wanton with a velvet brow and two pitch balls stuck in her face for eyes. And I, to sigh for her, to watch for her, to pray for her? Go to! It is a plague that Cupid will impose for my neglect of his almighty, dreadful little might. Well, I will love, write, sigh, pray, sue, and groan. Some men must love my lady, and some Joan. Thank you so much for including me in this wonderful event. I'd like to send a special shout out to Wisconsin Public Radio for sponsoring it. Thank you so, so much. Mwah!
I miss going to APT so much and cannot wait until we can return to the woods and go up the hill together and enjoy their wonderful performances.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that Marcus could be part of this today. Really grateful.
Yeah, me too. It's good to, it's good to see him. He's an old friend of mine, and I was really pleased to see that he was able to get us that monologue for today. So I hope people got to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So what's next, Christina? What are we doing?
Well, I think that we should say thank you to some of our new friends and old friends, because I see some familiar names on our donation page right now. I want to.
Can
we see that? Can the folks at home see that page? Oh, fantastic.
Wow.
All right. Thank you, Jill.
That's great. And the nice thing is that some people we know have called in or contacted us and made pledges that aren't showing up here. So we're maybe even a little bit further along on this this bar.
Yes.
It looks like. And thank you to Kat Sirico, Alexandra, Mike Ross, Michelle. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mike Lawler, for that generous $5 donation earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have been testing something there.
I think so. I've also seen through my Arts for All email that Betty Custer gave us a generous donation, and also Susan Terschel. So thank you so much for your contributions today.
Absolutely.
And please tell a friend. Let's make more friends today.
Yeah, we'd love to not only to see these dollar signs go up, we'd also like to see the viewership go up too, because a big part of what we want to do today is not only raise money, but raise awareness about the work that we do and how we do it and who we do it with and for. So please, send a text to a friend, an email to a neighbor, and let them know, because we will be here, Christina and I will be here with our coffee mugs or whatever our preferred beverages are, for hours, sharing some cool content with you.
Yes.
I promise again, I'm not a ghost. It's just I have a bad webcam. Christina told me she was going to hook me up.
Right.
So
yeah.
Anyway.
All right. Okay.
What's next?
How about let's learn a little more about some of the artists that we work with.
Oh, right.
Wow.
We're going to watch an artist profile.
Yes. Let's introduce Jerome Glenn.
Great.
My name is Jerome L. Glenn.
Jerome, when and where were you born?
51. Montgomery, Alabama, in a Air Force, Maxwell Air Force Base. My father was in the Air Force. My twin brother and I was born on the Air Force Base. I'm a bit of a law enforcement person. You know, I retired in law enforcement. So, you know, I've been pretty much into criminal justice background.
What led you to a career in law enforcement?
It's pretty much pushed me toward that direction after I got out of the service, the Navy, after Vietnam.
Tell us about your military service.
From September 71 to 75, August 75. My number was 51, my lottery number, so naturally I didn't want to go to where they wanted me to go, so I volunteered for the Navy. I was only 20, but I was old compared to some other young.
What did you do when you came home from Vietnam?
I was married and I had a son. And I was trying to find a job for which there were none. But the most important thing was trying to feed my family. So I got a GI Bill and educated myself through universities.
What role has art played in your life?
Being from Chicago University, I mean, the Museum of Arts is right there, and I did go to the Museum of Arts a lot. And I just loved all the masters doing their things, you know, and I just, hey, I could do that, you know, and I wound up doing a lot of it in my work.
What led you to start painting?
I always had some creativity with art. My art teachers and everybody always said I had some talent with drawing and painting. I used that to relax myself. At the time when I was feeling a lot of pressures, you know, because of lack of jobs, opportunities and stuff. Even when I started doing successful in correction, criminal justice, I continued on, and it was so relaxing to me. So it just came a part of me. And then people started liking my work. That was another, just one after another. You know. They would naturally come to see me at my home, and I would be into some of my work, and they'd say, "You did that? You did that? Hey, you selling that?" You know, and all that kind of stuff, you know. And the next thing I know, I was selling art.
What else can you tell us about your art?
Some of my artwork is particular to me, you know, and it's warm and sensitive. It's abstract, and it's telling a story for that posed moment.
What is a posed moment?
Oh, posed moments, they are a woman standing in the weather, you know, trying to get herself together, you know, because the weather is blowing her hair everywhere and everything. And she's just standing there trying to get herself together. It's a posed moment. And so you try to capture all of that. Or just like Black Lives Matter, you know, Eric Gardner's being strangled. George Floyd, he was with the knee on the neck. He was killed. None of them could breathe. So I got those posed moments on canvas, you know, them death. I think about the image, knowing it, and then I think about how to describe it myself, which gives it another level of feeling.
How did you get involved with Arts for All?
One of my art teachers, she let me here, and she was also instructing here for some of the courses, and she thought that I could do well with participating here. She said, bring some of your art, compete. So I did. Soon enough, I started winning back to back, and I said, oh, this is nice. They started recognizing my work. I learned a lot from that.
Are there other Arts for All artists you enjoy?
Well, Phil, I like Phil's work. It's so sympathetic and yet it's very complicated too, and I like the way Phil, in a way, he also, it's abstract, he also has a posed moment for everything he does. Art in the Square, Phil always used to sell a lot of work there, and I did too, so we used to communicate a lot.
How does it feel to win an award for your art?
That gives me a lot of encouragement, I tell you that, and I'm off to the races again.
What is the value of art for the artist?
I started painting again is when I was injured on the job, on duty, by inmate, breaking my jaw. I suffered TBI, traumatic brain injury.
A traumatic brain injury, or TBI, is caused by a bump, blow, or jolt to the head that disrupts the normal function of the brain.
Doing my healing and all that, I would paint to relax, and that was in 1990. That was part of my healing process. And no one told me to do it, it's just that I did it on my own. I knew that I felt some connection to it, so that's why I did it. Art really is a healing value, to one's thinking abilities. I hope that I got that, issue clear. Just because you have a disability doesn't mean you can't have work.
Jerome Glenn, Artist Profile. For more on Jerome Glenn, visit his artist profile at artsforall.wi.org/Jerome-Glenn.
On. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
So that was Jerome Glenn, and he's a longtime Arts for All Wisconsin artist. He has won the Creative Power Award, I think, 2 times. And he has a work in the current traveling exhibition right now, which is currently at the UW Hospital here in Madison. Is that right, Christina?
That's right. And you can also see more of Jerome's art on our Buy Art page. We have lots of his pieces for sale right now. And again, 70% of each sale of art goes back directly to the artist.
That's right. And you want to just let people know that the Buy Art page you can find on our website under the support heading. So if you go to artsforallwi.org and you see in the navigation bar support, that will drop down and you'll see lots of options. And one of them is Buy Art. And there's a full gallery of almost, I think, 200 works of art there that you can look at, read about, and purchase right there on our website.
Yes, our art director, Deborah Scheibinger, has been very, very busy moving all of the art that we have online throughout the pandemic. So we're really happy that it's up and it looks beautiful. And hey, Mike, I'd also like to give a shout out to our director of arts education.
Oh my God, have we not mentioned her?
Jaworski. No, we have not. And it is actually Jill who is in mission control right now. She is controlling all of this, and it is Jill who magically fixed the glitch that allowed us to start this event.
Yeah, if not for Jill, we would not be here.
No, we wouldn't.
I can't believe we forgot to thank her. Thank you, Jill.
No, we're thanking her now. We're thanking her now.
Right.
and
Right.
and thanking her for the magic, whatever it was she did that allowed us to finally start today.
Yeah.
And speaking of magic, yes,
we have some magic, don't we?
We do have some magic. Yes, we are going to welcome Magic Morgan. That's Matthew and Liliana.
All right, well, hello everyone. My name is Magic Matt Morgan, and I am a deaf magician. I'd like to introduce my lovely wife, Liliana. Everybody say hi, Liliana. Wonderful. Also, I want to give a big thank you to our interpreter, John, whose voice we're hearing right now. Thank you, John, for being with us. Okay, so to start off, what I am going to do is I have a special yellow ball. 1 second, what is it? Oh, I'm looking for the yellow ball. You know, usually I throw it up in the air. I'm just looking for it. And there it is. Yes. Wonderful. Can I have that, please? Thank you so much. All right, so this is the yellow ball we're going to work with. Let me move this table right over here. Now, as you can see, we have a yellow ball. Now we have 2 yellow balls. So we have 2 yellow balls. We are off to a good start. Wonderful. So now I want you to watch carefully because this is going to go very fast. I am the world's fastest sleight of hand magician. So 1 in the left hand, 1 in the right hand, and just like that, they both end up in the right hand. That's pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Looking pretty good. Did you want to try, Liliana? You'd like to try? Okay, awesome. Great. So here's what you're going to do. Hold out your left hand just like this. I'm going to put 1 ball in my left hand, 1 ball in your left hand, and I'm going to turn my hand over like this. I'm going to blow on my hand like so. Do the same thing. Now, blow on my hand. Yep. Again. Again. And as you can see, mine is gone, and now you have both balls in your left hand. Way to go. Well done. Awesome. Great job. Hold out your hand again. Okay, 1 and 2 right there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wave my hands like so. I'm going to grab an imaginary yellow ball, and then boop, just like that, open your hand. We now have 1, 2, 3 yellow balls. We have 3 yellow balls. Well done. Great job. Let's try this again. Go ahead and open up your hand. 1, 2, 3, just like that into your hand. Great. Now watch carefully. And actually what I want you to do is I want you to copy me. So I want you to grab an imaginary yellow ball. I want you to throw it up in the air and down, up and down, and back and forth, and up and down, back and forth, just like that. Well done. Wave 1 hand over the other, blow on your hand, 1 hand under the other, and open. As you can see, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4 magic balls. Pretty good. Well done. Great job. And oop, there's another one. So now we have 5 balls. Well done. 5 magic yellow balls. Great job. So what we are going to do is I'm going to tell you a story. I was out walking around and I saw a newspaper just kind of scattered all over the place. There was just so many different pieces of paper. So I decided to scoop them all up, and I have them all right here, all the different pieces of paper that were just laying all over the ground. I have all these pieces right here, and I want to put these back together. So I was thinking how to fix them. Liliana says maybe we can tape them back together. Liliana, I think we're going to use magic. So what I'm going to do is, let me get these all together. Watch carefully. 1, 2, see that? All these pieces right there. Now let's get these all back together. I'm just going to fold this like so. And watch carefully. I'll wave the tape around, and just like that, it will be magically back together. Now if I open this back up, and let me just get that part right there. Let me open this back up, and as you can see, it is all magically back together again. So all those pieces are now back together. Pretty cool. All right, thank you so much for helping me with that. That was pretty good. I like that one. All right. So now what we are going to do, I would like to ask Liliana to come on stage. She is a master of ESP and reading people's minds. So I am a master with ESP and reading people's minds. So what we will do is I am going to switch spots, and Matt is going to be my volunteer. So he is going to help me out with this part. So what we're going to do is we're going to teach you guys some signs of the different shapes on these big cards here. So the first one we have is a circle. So you would go just like that and trace the circle in the air with your finger. Now with this one, if you do a 3-hand shape to make the waves, that works for that. This one, again, you can just do 2 pointer fingers and make a square in the air. That works like that. And then this is a plus sign. You can do just your 2 pointer fingers like that. And a star, this is a sign for star. So those are all of the cards. So would you mind, Matt, please shuffling those up for me? Okay, perfect. They are shuffled. Now, do not tell me what they are. What you're going to do is you're going to pick a card, but you're not going to say anything to me, okay? So I'm going to look this way. You're going to pick one card. You're going to show the audience, all right? So I'm going to stand over here. Pick a card. I don't know, maybe which one? Which one do we want to do? Okay, that one. We're going to go with that one right there. All right, perfect. Okay, now we're not going to tell Liliana. Let's keep that right over there. And I'll go ahead right there. Great, so here is what we're going to do. So watch carefully. I am going to read your mind about what card you picked. And I know which one you picked. You are so happy when it's a beautiful sunny day outside and the sun is shining. I think circle, and yes, you did. You picked the circle. Well done. Good job. Great job. Let me tell you guys a short story now. So at the circus, there are fantastic things to see. There's many wonderful skilled performers. There's just many things that you can see at the circus. And I remember going there and seeing the many different performers, like the tightrope walking people. You also saw like the people that would stand on a horse while it was galloping around the arena. That one was a lot of fun to see. The clowns. The clowns were great. They were always so silly. And they always had like, flowers on their lapels that would shoot water, things like that. But the most fascinating thing at the circus was the human cannonball. You'd usually have a big strong guy who would walk out into the arena and they would wheel a cannon out onto the arena. He would get in the cannon and he would get shot all the way across the arena and fall into a net. That was so amazing. That was so awesome. I always wanted to do that at home. So I thought, how can I do that here at home? So I decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a cannon here at home and I'm going to use it in my act. So I'd like to show everybody the cannon that I have made. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. So let's go ahead and feast your eyes on the cannon. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So let's move that right over there. And now here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get my friend Comet out here. Comet is my favorite bird that we have. Comet's going to help us out with this trick right here. Say hi to Comet, everybody. Hi, Comet. How's it going? How are you? What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we are going to work with Comet on this. We've been working very hard all week training just to do this. Comet is ready. So let's go ahead and put Comet into our cannon just like that. That's not going to work. Let's go ahead and get some trajectory going just like that. All right, perfect. So ready on 1 and 2 and you moved. Why did you move? Liliana moved. All right, 1 second. Let's re-aim this cannon at the cage. 1, 2. Okay, Liliana. Liliana moved again. Let's try this again. Actually, let's do it this way, Liliana. Let's move the cannon right there. Liliana, you stand right there. I'm going to move that just like that. Now, Comet's going to go right back into his cage on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2. You're frozen. You're frozen. In fear. Are you really that scared? Liliana? I don't know what's going on. Oh. Do you see that? That's way too close. That is not safe. That is not safe at all. Let's move that cannon right there. Liliana, you could stay right there. All right, perfect. Now, as you can see, we have nothing in the cloth. We have nothing in the cage. And we are going to, on the count of 3, fire this cannon. And then Comet is going to get back into his cage. So drum roll, everybody at home. 1, 2, 3, and... As you can see, Comet is not in the cannon anymore. Comet is not in the cannon anymore. Let's see if he made it back into his cage. He did. Comet made it back into his cage, everybody. Well done. Comet, way to go. Great job. That's amazing. That one's pretty cool. That one's pretty cool indeed. Now, I have these different pieces of paper here. Well, different colors on the piece of paper. One side's red, one side is green. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this up just like this in half. And now you can see that. Let's get that a little bit more perfectly folded. Looking good. So, one side's red, one side is green. And here is what we are going to do. We are going to go ahead and fold this again in half, just like that. Alright, so now we have red and green. Looking good. So what I want to do next is I'm going to fold each side in half one more time. So now the green half goes a little bit smaller, the red half gets a little bit smaller. And there we have it. So what we're going to do is get some scissors. Liliana, thank you so much for the scissors. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut some shapes into this paper. So we are going to cut, what would you prefer? The green gets a square or a circle? Circle? Okay. Let's cut a circle into the green side. So cutting just like this. And okay, so circle on the green side. Let's show you guys what we have then. So we have, just like that, a circle with the rounded edges. Looking really good. Hold on to that, Liliana. So now what we'll do is we're going to cut a square out of the red side. Just like that, nice and easy. 2 snips, and we have a square. So hold on to those. Oh, well, let's see. I'll take that, you take that. Now if you look, oh, would you mind holding that too? Thank you. If you look carefully, now we have a square out of the red side. So we have a circle from the green side, a square from the red side. But if you look at this paper, I want you to notice, as you can see, I said circle from the green side, square from the red side. We are going to change it up, and you're going to see a circle out of the red side and a square out of the green side, just like that. You see that? They switched. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought that was pretty cool. We changed the circle to a square and the square to a circle. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to show you one of my favorite things that we do. It's fun. So we start with this yellow hanky just like this. I'm going to stuff that into my fist, and by snapping my fingers we have a yellow duck. It becomes a yellow duck. This is something that I saw when I was much, much younger. And then you can also make it disappear just like that. When I was younger, I used to look up to my grandfather. He was an amazing magician, and I watched him for many years, and finally, when I was about 6 years old, I asked my grandfather if he could teach me magic. And he said yes. He taught me many, many things for several years until he was about 12. And at that point, he passed away, and I decided to stop doing magic. But I did not like that feeling. I didn't like that. I didn't think that was a good decision. I had butterflies in my tummy for that decision. So I decided to go and ask my mom if she could help me learn how to do more magic, and she said yes, she could. So we went to this giant building, and we went inside, and inside there were thousands and thousands of books on all the walls, on all the shelves, and it was beautiful. So many different books. It was amazing. And I knew that they would have a section on magic. So I went through and I found the section on magic, and I took one of the books, I opened it up, and I read every page and learned everything I could from every book in the library. So thank you so much to the library for helping me be successful. If you want to become successful like me, go ahead. use the library, get a book. You can learn how to do so many things. You could become an actor, you could be a lawyer, you could be president, you could be an athlete, anything at all. There's books in the library. Read them, learn, and you will become successful in the future. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the first thing my grandfather ever showed me, the first trick he ever taught me. So we start with this piece of tissue paper. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tear off part of it just like so. Tear off that part right there. Now I'm going to tear off this part just like this. So tear that right there. We go. And we have a bird. That looks pretty good. This is a very, very awesome bird from tissue paper. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this bird, I'm going to put it into this bag, and it will transform into a real bird. And there it is, everybody. Pretty good. Pretty cool. Thank you.
I love that show.
That was so fun.
Yeah. And I just want to give a shout out to Associated Bank for their support for this event, because their sponsorship helped make that kind of content possible. So thank you. Big thanks to Associated Bank.
Thank
what do you get? What's that? What are you drinking out of? It's a little too bright for me to really tell. What is it?
Well, it's an AFA branded mug, Mike.
Oh, where did you get that from?
Well, I ordered it off of our website. So I went to support, pull down menu, and right on the very bottom, shop. And that took me to a site that I could get any number of items branded with that beautiful Arts for All logo. But I could also get artwork on anything, t-shirts, mugs, hats, aprons, lots of different things. So we are able to print to order. So Arts for All is not sitting on a lot of merchandise.
Because that's uncomfortable, sitting on merchandise.
Very uncomfortable.
It gets really uncomfortable.
Yes. And for a nonprofit, you know that we run on very lean budgets. And so it's really quite economical for us then to offer other people to come in, choose your size, choose your color, and then order directly. And a nice feature of this website is that we do get a very small percentage of every single purchase.
That's
and
right.
they have a wonderful money back guarantee. So your satisfaction guaranteed. It's great.
But don't return it. Don't return it. You don't want to.
Well, if you have to, if something's wrong with it,
things like that. I just give those things to my kids.
Well, that's nice.
But the thing I wanted to point out too was that there at the moment are only a handful of artists who are you can get their artwork on our merchandise, and one of them is Fred Seeger.
It is Fred Seeger.
And Fred Seeger is here with us.
Yeah, let's check in on Fred, see how things are progressing.
Yeah, they're looking great.
Oh my gosh. This is wonderful, Fred.
Thank you.
So Fred, tell me a little bit about, I know I've noticed a lot of this black and white work that you do. A lot of it's sort of this rural farm stuff. So where does that come from? What do you have this just ingrained in your brain from some time, or?
Well, I grew up in the Midwest. That has something to do with it. I don't know. I just chose it a while back, I think, just for the area that I live in. And so I just started doing some sketches and got out the markers, and it just kind of evolved on its own. And it's just fun to do. I try to add some comedy to it and some levity to the rural area, and I've done well with it. People seem to enjoy it, so
I love it. And And there are a couple of Fred's artwork in this vein. I've seen a lot of Fred's artwork over the last couple of years, and it's not all like this. But
Right.
there are a couple of pieces, and I think, Christina, you held one up earlier, called Mexican Bird Feeder. And that is for sale on our website. And Fred has another piece up for sale on our website as well that's also a rural black and white like this. That's just really cool. And I hope one day to have some of your work hanging in my house, man.
Really big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that one's ready to go, Mike, right there.
Yeah.
I know. Hey, I know. So I live on a budget, Fred. I live on a budget. But I hope that maybe someone else will pick it up today, because like Christina said, they can hop on our website,
right,
and go to the Buy Art page and pick up some of Fred's art or another artist. There's a lot of art for sale up there.
Right. Speaking of other artists, I think we have another artist profile to share with our guests. How's that for a segue?
Hi, I'm Christy Grace. I live in Fitchburg, Wisconsin. I learned about Arts for All Wisconsin when it was formerly VSA. I was an artist at Dane Arts by Local about a year and a half ago, and they found me and said, wow, you do a lot of different styles of art. We deal with a lot of artists, and I think there would be a great connection as a teaching artist. And I came in and toured the place and found out what they did, and it was so in line with what I feel is right, supporting artists for one, and then supporting people with disabilities. A lot of my artwork deals with invisible disabilities, things that people can't see on the surface but exist in their lives that hinder them in some way, and I do a lot of my art about that. So that connection was very natural, and I came to start teaching the combat veterans in Arts for All. And it's been just a wonderful experience. And I think the empathy that comes from knowing how it feels to have something unseen has really helped me in my teaching. And also the wide range of art that I do has really been a fun thing, because we do so many different kinds, and I can bring that to the table. So I've been making art since I was very little. My dad was an artist and my mom was kind of a craft or sewer person. So I was constantly encouraged to be creative. I went through high school doing art constantly, hopped into college into graphic design. And while I was in college, I actually was painting faces. I was decorating wedding cakes and 3D cakes. So all my life I've been following this arts path. I tried to do the graphic design thing for a while, and though it's helped me in every aspect of my creative life, I didn't want to sit in front of a computer all day. And so in 2013, when I was still decorating cakes, I decided to go off as a professional artist. And it's been a challenge since then to find out where I fit with all my art styles and what I'm supposed to do. But slowly it's come into focus. I have a couple of main things I do. I illustrate. I do my own fine art, I do art jewelry, and the new one is teaching. And I've really enjoyed those things. And they fit really well into my goals for my life and my goals for helping others. So projects I've been working on recently, there are actually two main ones. One is art as a journal for me. And about every couple years, I feel this urge to create something from within. So it's a very personal piece. A lot of times it deals with what I'm going through, what I'm feeling, what I'm seeing. And so I have a huge canvas in my studio right now just waiting. And I bought it about the time that COVID hit. And so it's waiting for me to process all the emotions I've been going through as somebody with invisible illnesses in a time of COVID, and being a mother and a teacher and a wife and everything like that. So I'm excited about when that comes time to create that piece. It will really help me process all that I've been through. I'm also working on a children's book right now that I'm writing and illustrating. It's on pause a little bit during this time, but it's about an opossum and all the good opossums do in eating tons of ticks and helping us keep away from Lyme disease. And so the book is about an invisible illness, Lyme's, and it's about an animal that I would love to keep safe because they're adorable and very helpful, opossums. So I can't wait to put that together. I felt a lump in my head the other day and I said, is that a tick? Like, you get that feeling because we go outside a lot. We have the Arboretum in back. And so, yeah, they're around. I have a shadow box here. So this is Fawn Shadow Box, so I'll see if, okay, yeah, I can do that without too much glare. So the piece I created that won the Creative Power Award is called Peony Shadow Box, and it's actually built on the dioramas I used to do when I was little. It's off that process. And so I paint each piece with watercolor, and then individually I cut them out. And this is kind of an example. This is Fawn Shadow Box. So you can see the layers that build up the picture in each one. And usually you get this really fine detail, and so I have to put wire work and create a support for it. And so it's a lot of work, but they're really beautiful, and it's kind of like telling a story in one picture. The peonies, I did a lot of layers. We actually have them in our garden, and they're just a really beautiful, whimsical flower. And so I wanted to kind of echo that. One is actually held up by a chopstick to support it, and some of the leaves are really fine. I actually layered the petals of the main peony in the front. And so it was a lot of work, but I love how it turned out, and I'm so glad it got recognition. When I heard I won one of the Creative Power Awards, I was 1, overjoyed, and 2, surprised, and 3, I had all these complex emotions. I deal with invisible illnesses that sometimes aren't classified as disabilities. So part of me was like, do you deserve to be a part of this show? And I think that goes back to wondering why people expect all disabilities to be seen. And I've gone through quite a bit where it's complicated my life. I've had to change the way I work, the way I act, the way I rest my body. And so I have to accept that the illness changed me enough to say it's a disability. And I have to accept that and then say you are worthy of being part of this group and you are worthy of this award. So all in all, it's been a really good thing for me. I'm more self-aware, and I'm very appreciative of both the time and energy people put into all the awards and receiving one. So thank you. With the start of COVID, I know so many artists have had to find new ways to show their artwork or their talents, be it music or theater or visual arts. And I'm one of those people affected by that. I used to do a lot of shows. I had a whole tent and tables and things set up. I had fairs I would go to and sell my art. And it's so nice to be in person and say, this is what I created. I am the person that created that. And a lot of people will find that connection. They say, I remember the story you told me about this piece, and I'd really love it in my house because every time I see it, I'll think about that story. And so losing that relationship and that way of communication has been really hard. I've also had to move a lot of my work online to sales places like Etsy and online stores, so that whole process is an undertaking, a work of art in itself. And so I've moved a lot of my work onto Etsy. I have my website, artofchristy.com. This whole time has also kind of illuminated how those shows were hard on my body. So it's kind of this double-edged sword. It's like, okay, you're losing that money, but here you are knowing that your body needs more rest and that it might be a positive thing to change the way you're doing things. There's some catalyst that's changing it to where it matches what you need in your life better. And so I've been strangely grateful for more time inside and more time with my family, and just a time to figure out what's best and what priorities I have to put forth to provide myself the right amount of self-care, to follow through with all my health needs, and to still create a business where I feel happy, creating and sharing my work. So it's a work in progress, of course, as we're all finding out.
All right.
Okay.
And well, is it my turn or your
It
turn?
is your turn. You're going to talk, I don't know, maybe.
Did I forget? Oh, right. Christy
Vet
Grace.
Studios. Christy Grace.
Christy Grace is one of our, not only one of the artists, we sell her work, and she is a Creative Power Award winner, but also, as she talked about in that video, she's also the visual art teaching artist for our Vets Art Studio here in Madison. We have 2 Vets Art Studios, one here in Madison and one in Wausau. Both of them are connected directly with the vet centers in those communities. So their collaborations, all of the vets that are a part of the vet studios are invited to be part of the studio by the counselors in the vet centers. And they're great programs. In Wausau, we have just a visual art program, but here in Madison, we have a visual art program, which Christy teaches in collaboration with a counselor from the vet center. We also have a creative writing component here in Madison, which is taught by our amazing teaching artist, Beth Turner, also in collaboration with a counselor from the vet center. And those programs have been going on for a while now, and they're fantastic. Fred Seeger, who's with us here today, creating art, actually came to Arts for All and sort of found us through the Vets Art Studio, which he is also a member of here in Madison.
Your donations today help significantly to ensure that we are able to continue programs like this, because there is no fee whatsoever to any participant in our veterans programming. So we are fully dependent on donations to sustain that program. And the Vet Studio is merely one example of work that we do in conjunction with other organizations. For instance, we are very active and have been very active during the COVID-19 pandemic with memory-focused programs, senior programs. We have been collaborating with Newbridge, the Alzheimer's and Dementia Alliance of Wisconsin. We also work with many organizations that are very like-minded in that they also are focused on supporting and engaging with people with disabilities. And there's an umbrella organization that we are part of called Access to Community Services. When all of those nonprofits that are part of Access focus on people with disabilities. We also have entered into some wonderful partnerships with Madison Ballet and Madison Youth Choirs.
That's right. Yeah, and we're actually going to hear from the leaders of both of those organizations today during the telethon. I think one of them is actually coming up next.
Yes.
Mike Ross, who's the artistic director of Madison Youth Choirs. I have a personal connection to that organization. My oldest son is a member of one of their choirs, and he loves it, including even their virtual rehearsals that they're doing now, which he think is one of his favorite parts of the week. But yeah, so was there something else we wanted to do?
I think that we want to meet Mike.
All right, let's hear from Mike Ross.
I'm Mike Ross. I'm the artistic director of Madison Youth Choirs.
What is your favorite Wisconsin art story?
You know, it's funny, actually one of my favorite Wisconsin art stories does not take place in Wisconsin, but it's Wisconsin connected, so we're gonna make that count. As you can see, I'm wearing stuff about Scotland, and we in Madison Youth Choirs have traveled internationally with kids over the years, and really one of my favorite stories is the kinds of things that can happen when you are together intensely and create community through making art, which is what we do with kids. You know, we go to Scotland and we're at this youth arts festival and we're making music together, and we're together 24 hours a day for 12 days. It's the kind of growth that can happen, both musically, but for me, really community-wise. And to hear things like, especially a senior in high school, comment about his younger brother that I guess he's not really just a brat, but really it turns out he's a really great leader. And just to hear someone be able to have the thoughtfulness and emotional connection to make a statement like that, it just tells you the power, it shows the power of the arts.
And what do the arts mean to you?
To me, the arts are really an emotional connection. I will just share that I am connected to my religion, but in a spiritual way, not in a religious way. And for me, it's through the arts. Music just is one of those amazing spiritual, personal, emotional connections. I happen to work with kids, and you know, in terms of teaching, it's maybe not the same connection. I have a different aspect of the arts that I love, but for me personally, it's just that emotional connection.
Why do the arts matter?
So the arts matter because they help people, especially kids, to think in a way that's different from engaging with any other subject material.
What does access and inclusion mean to you?
You know, for me, access and inclusion is the moment when whatever you're doing really works for everyone, and you, in a way that doesn't require you to make a million accommodations, that you've set something up from the beginning so that everyone involved, whatever their needs or challenges may be, can participate in the same way. And there's no moment where I had to make this change or do this exception. We just set up everyone for success.
What can you tell us about the intersection of art and disability?
So for me, the intersection between arts and disability is very personal. My brother has a disability, my brother has cerebral palsy, and I grew up in a family that just, you know, this is just part of living in a family, right? I have a brother with differing needs who was very engaged in the arts in different way from me. He took piano, but, you know, didn't sort of progress in the same way. But my brother has really always had a great personal connection to music and the arts. And so for me, that connection, it just was part of living. And when I grew up and became a teacher and worked with kids with different abilities, that just was the same thing. Like, this is just a natural intersection. I never really thought them as connecting, you know, sort of different abilities to the arts. I just thought of, this is just what people should do.
Why is arts education so important?
To be blunt, these days, I think arts education is a political act. I think what the arts does that helps people to think beyond themselves and put themselves in other people's shoes is something that we don't do enough of, and frankly is an important political act. It's a statement you're making to the universe that those things matter.
What is a meaningful art experience you have had?
You know, one of the most meaningful art experiences I've had is quite recent. You know, in March, everything changed, and although what I mostly do is teach, I also am a musician, and so I couldn't really exercise those teaching skills directly with kids, and I couldn't play music. And then about a month ago, as part of my temple, I got together with our cantor, and we distanced, but we rehearsed together and actually made music together. And that first moment when, like, my fingers hit the keys and he started to sing, and we did it at the same time, it really was emotional. It really was just an incredible moment of, this is what it's like to make music together again. And I was reminded of what has been lost during this time.
When you think about Arts for All Wisconsin, what do you think about?
I think of so many great things. I think of your incredible logo, which seems like a small little detail, but says so much about your organization. I think the incredible experience I had maybe just a year ago when our kids made music with your incredible Arts for All choir. I think of the meaningful experiences that you offer for adults and kids of all abilities to make art and experience things. And I'm just thankful for your organization and the impact that it has.
What is your hope for the future of arts in America?
I hope two things for the future of art in America. I hope very soon we'll be able to be together and make it in person. And I hope that this experience that we've had does two things. I hope that it helps us to prioritize the way we spend our time. And I hope, I guess maybe I'm still an optimist, that I hope it will help us to remember that this art that we missed and that it turns out we remembered that we value requires funding and requires financial support. There are lots of ways to support the arts, and I would encourage people to really think about it that way. You can support them financially, you can support them through your participation, you can support them through political advocacy, and you can support them by just being a person that cares about what the arts have to offer that nothing else can do in the same way.
Thank you, Mike. That was so generous of you to list the many ways that people can support Arts for All Wisconsin.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're bringing in donations, which is fantastic. You can see our bar is growing slowly and steadily. And thank you to everyone who has donated so far today. We really appreciate it very, very much. And there are some donations and pledges that aren't reflected there. So we're taking, we're grateful for that as well. And I want to give everybody who's watching an extra challenge right now. And that is to help us spread the word with more people, especially around the state of Wisconsin. Just text one person and say, hey, you really should check out Arts for All Wisconsin's telethon today. It's going on until 8 o'clock tonight, and there's still a lot of great stuff left to see. One of my personal favorites will come on around 5 o'clock or so. It's a short film by Doug Rowland called Feeling Through, and it's really a beautiful, beautiful film, and I think more people should see it. And the nice thing, yeah, for sure. The nice thing about it is it also has not only the short film, but also a short documentary about the making of the film, which is remarkable because it stars a deafblind actor. And so the documentary talks a lot about that and the story behind that. And then there's a short Q&A with the filmmaker, Doug Rowland, and the associate director of the Helen Keller National Center, Chris Woodfill, who's from Wisconsin. He grew up in Racine and went to school here, and they have a great conversation about the arts and about the work that they do.
And I'd like to give a big shout out to the UW-Milwaukee American Sign Language English Interpreting Program for their work with us on this telethon. It's a wonderful, wonderful gift that we are able to, because of our sponsors and our donors like you, that we're able to make sure that this information and this celebration of art can be accessible to people who are deaf and hard of hearing as well.
Absolutely. And just if I have time, I can say thanks to some of those ASL interpreters that volunteered their time and got us all of that stuff we could put it right into the videos. They include Jenny, I really should have had a phonetic spelling. Jenny Buchner, Pam Conine, Megan Connor, Patrick Fisher, Leela Fitchett, Mo Francis, Brady Greenwald, Jen Johnson, Kylie Leverett, Julie Magiera, so many, Megan Montgomery, and Peggy Weaver for connecting us with a lot of those people. Whew, that's a long list.
And that was a lot of finger spelling that our interpreters in the here and now just had to do. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Sure. So what's next?
Well, I think we could. Did we look at the donation page? Did we check that out?
I think we.
Oh, it's up right now. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm not watching the same screen that y'all are. So thank you so much. Oh, in addition to texting a friend to ask them to tune in. I noticed that one of our donors, Autumn Lakowski, Drexler, shared our event on Facebook a little while ago. So that's another way to try to engage your friends and family through social media. So please invite them to join in. Mm-hmm.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so coming up next,
mm-hmm.
we have next?
Well, one of the things that that we love to do at Arts for All is to collaborate with other organizations, and we talked about that a moment ago. But we also love to hold other organizations up, because we think that exposure for other arts organizations that's a win for everyone. So we are delighted that Encore Studio for the Performing Arts, who's celebrating their 20th year, contributed a piece to our telethon today. And Encore was Wisconsin's first professional theater for people with disabilities, and one of the first in the United States. So now we're going to sit back and enjoy a performance by actor Connie Oslam.
No, seriously, what are you looking at? Okay, I suppose in this case, I brought this on myself. Here I am, center stage, lights glaring at me like so many people I pass on the streets. Gawking and talking and gawking. You know, a person could get a real attitude living their whole life as I have. You know what I mean? You don't. How could you? Most of you probably don't know what it's like to be looked down upon. And I don't mean in a literal sense. I'm guessing most of you have never had the experience of people pointing at you when you're talking to a friend in public, a clerk at a store, or just anywhere you go. You probably don't understand what it's like to live in this society, having to navigate it with a wheelchair, and with very limited vision. If you think that sounds complicated, that used to be my life. In the past couple years, it's become even more tricky, as I am now completely blind. Yep, a person could get a real attitude. But not me. What good would it do? Why should I be angry? So what if I'm little? Being little has its advantages. For young, you never hit your head on a ceiling or a doorway. Even in a crawl space. Or in most kitchen cabinets. Don't ask. You probably don't know this. But when I fly on an airliner, I am completely safe. Seriously, no matter what happens to the plane, I'll come out of it in one piece. I can fit in a little black box. Yep, in a little black box, every survives. You tall people, you know the ones I'm talking about. The ones over 2 feet 8 inches tall. You guys are screwed. Why should I worry about what people say? What they say, why they say what they say, or how they gawk and stare when they say what they say. What should I care? Visions of Dr. Seuss. Anyway, it would be very easy to develop thick skin. Or a shy. I find myself relating to armadillos all too often. I mean, come on! I have feelings. People think I'm a happy person. because I'm little and they think of me as a child. Or maybe it's because my voice sounds a bit like I inhaled helium. Actually, I did that once. It drove my dog crazy. And my fish jumped out of my aquarium. Oh yeah, and I shadowed a couple windows. My neighbor was so pissed. So okay, I may be little. My voice may be higher than most. But I am not a child. I will admit that their perception of me is partially correct. I am happy. I'm also angry, sad, serious, insightful, and sometimes even depressed. I am, for lack of a better word, human. No one thing defines me. I strongly dislike stereotypes. No, that's not true. I hate them. Don't pigeonhole me. That is the one place I do not fit. But I won't dwell on it. Why waste my time? Life is short. No shit. I take that back. Life is fleeting. I can spend my time worrying about what has happened in the past. I can ruminate about what will happen in the future. Or not. I am intelligent. I'm also very practical. I realized not long ago that all anyone has is the moment. This very moment. Once it's gone, it's gone. It doesn't matter if you are 7'2" or 2'7", a person with or without a disability. It is unequivocally a universal human condition. How's that for a truth bomb? Kablam! Kablam! So, if all you have is the moment, wouldn't you want to make it the best moment you can? Wouldn't you want to have the best thoughts, the best feelings? I choose to throw away the garbage and save the treasure. At least, that's my plan. So, let people gawk and talk. Let them sneer and jeer. Go ahead, look at me all you want. I don't need your approval. I'm making it known, once and for all. I'm bigger than that.
Ah, wow.
Bravo. Bravo, Connie. And thank you to Encore Studios for that submission to our telethon. Loved it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Really fantastic. That's there are stuff like that. I wish that we could have made the telethon like even more hours long so we could show that again to the people that missed it, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Wow.
So thank you, Connie and Encore. So should we, looks like we've got some more donations coming in, which is fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everybody. And please, please, again, share this event with everyone you can, because we want you to know about us.
Yes.
So should we, we checking in with Fred now?
I think we're going to check in with Fred now, Mike. Yeah.
Let's see how Fred's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Fred's doing fine.
All right.
Adding a little background and some dimension to this piece.
It looks cool. I know you always name your characters, Fred. So what's her name?
I'm going to name her Sarah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sarah's got a nice full basket. What a bounty Sarah has.
Yeah. That'd be my sister.
Oh.
Yeah.
We have met your sister. She is a donor.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's wonderful. And you know, the setup that Fred has right now is is new since the pandemic started. The room that Fred is in right now was previously my office here in the Art Center in Madison. And we converted 3 different areas in our Art Center into, what did we end up calling them? The broadcast, live stream?
Webcast production studios.
Webcast production studios.
Came up with the most complicated name we could.
Yeah, I don't know why that slipped my mind. And so each of these studios is outfitted, and I'm in one too, that was kind of a storage room for us. But they are fully functional, separate studios. And I'm in the studio that music classes are taught in. Mm-hmm. Fred is in the studio that visual art programming happens in, and Jill is in what used to be our music and movement room, which is now our movement studio. And she is set up with her mission control apparatus, making all of this happen right now.
That's right.
And mm-hmm.
Well, we realized that we didn't have a name for these things, and we kept referring to them as, I don't know, that studio that used to be your office, Christina. Yeah. I don't know, that room over there. Mm-hmm. And it became clear that we really needed to name the studios. And the first impulse that we had was to name our visual art studio after an artist that we lost this year. Another artist that was in the Art Center all the time pre-pandemic, who would come in with arms full of art and share it with us and talk with us and about all kinds of things. And his name was Scott Hansen. Mm-hmm. And so we decided we're going to name the studio that Fred is in now after Scott. So what did we come up with, Christina? Where did we land on that?
I think we said it's the Hansen studio.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're currently thinking about what we're going to name the studio that Christina is in, because that's a boring name, and the studio that Jill is in. So if any of you have any ideas or thoughts or inspirations, please feel free to share them with us. We're open to ideas for those names.
Yes. Yes.
What do we do?
I think that we want to thank some very important sponsors. We want to thank Associated Bank for their sponsorship of this event, and also American Family Insurance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We would not be able to do the work we do or make this event happen at all without your support.
Right. So next up, we have the honor of sharing a trailer. We encourage you all to see the entire film, and we'll let you know where you can do that. But next, we're going to share a trailer from a movie called Give Me Liberty, and it was filmed in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
When I was your age, I had plenty of ambition. Why don't you have any?
Big, pick up the radio. Answer me. Where are you?
I should be there in 10. I'll be there soon.
They need to go to the grocery store. You. They have to go to dialysis. You. They have to get home. It's you.
You guys are still here?
Да, здесь автобуса нет до сих пор.
Виктор, надо.
I'm calling to report a situation. He's got a whole bunch of people on this van right now. It's insane.
I know, Steve, I know.
Who knew this was gonna happen? I love how the accordion got off this van before I did.
Mike Tyson, my hero. Mike Tyson. I love black people. You like boxing?
I'll be there soon. 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I promise I'll be there.
You need to hurry up and get that van here.
I'm doing my best.
Hey.
Relax, man.
Keep your pants on.
When each was then let my people go.
Damn it.
Excuse
me! Hello? What are you doing? Oh my gosh.
Quickly, let me adjust quickly.
Well, let's see.
What's going on?
The road is blocked. There's a protest. You can't go this way. You're gonna have to go all the way around.
Your whole damn neighborhood is barricaded. Why do you think I was late? Any idea how many people depend on you?
I depend on you. I depend on you.
They can't do what you can do. That's why you're doing what you're doing. That's why you have that job. I give you chance after chance.
You know, some things you just can't explain. Life is wonderful. Life is beautiful. Life, it is what it is.
How do you do this? I mean, I just do. I do what I do just like everybody else does.
And when good things happen, you got to grab it with all you got and try to keep it the best way you can.
We love this film, and we are delighted to welcome. No,
not yet.
Sorry. Oh, we are on. How about that?
My bad.
Yeah, that's all right. We are delighted to welcome Kirill Mekanovsky, who is a writer and director of this film, and Alice Lawton, who is a writer and producer of the film. They are here live, and they're going to join and have a conversation with us.
Hey guys, thanks so much.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
We're really happy that you're here.
I just want to tell you, I think this film is fantastic. I did get a chance to see it, and I love it. I was blown away. I was like, I hope more people can see this movie. So thanks for making it.
It's still streaming on Amazon Prime, and will be for quite some time, so people can catch it there, which is great.
Yeah, that's great.
Is it also available on YouTube and Vudu or in iTunes?
I think on iTunes and perhaps Vudu, and I think possible. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it will be available on a couple more platforms soon.
Okay,
I think
good.
Your face's bet would be to Google it and click on Watch Online, and I believe there's a number of platforms it's available on. For those who are in France, it's on the platform Orange, kind of that just made a deal with Amazon.
With Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime. And I think our wonderful distributors are
Music Box Films in Chicago,
looking for a way to, for other ways to stream it. So there's no shortage of channels where to watch it, frankly. And like you, we do hope that it will continue its run, online run. And it feels like, sadly for us, but beautifully for the movie, the film is becoming more and more
timely.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about the film and the sort of the genesis of the film and how, you came to make it and why you wanted to make it and that kind of stuff.
Ellis and I got together a number of years ago to work on a futuristic detective story set in 2054, believe it or not. And we spent a few months doing that. And then at a certain point, we kind of, realized, which was logical, that one would take a while to get off the ground, especially for someone like us based in Milwaukee, and to do a big budget futuristic film. It's just not that simple. And all the while we kept kind of getting more and more fascinated by Milwaukee, by how vibrant it was, and it still is. And what an incredible location for a potentially incredible movie it could be. And I had a few stories from a job I had many years ago as a medical transport driver that I kept sharing with Alice. And we sat down and wrote something that kept mutating, evolving, became what it was, right?
It was an incredibly hard-fought movie because we thought, well, we'll make this film that's very manageable to make in Milwaukee in the next year or so, and it took us 5 years. Part of the reason for that is because we fought to make it in Milwaukee, and there are no tax incentives for films in Wisconsin, so that was a big uphill battle with investors. And then also because we were uncompromising in casting people with disabilities as themselves, rather than bringing in actors to pretend, you know, who could pretend to have a disability. And that also made it very difficult for us to raise the budget for a number of reasons. But, you know, it was both fights worth, you know, fighting for.
I'm glad you didn't give up, because both of those things, that very unique sense of place with Milwaukee, but also the authentic casting in this film made a huge impact.
Yeah, it took us, just like Alice said, it took us 5 years. It also took us 5 years to realize. And again, we were in it not for 5 years. Had we known it would take us 5 years, we'd probably drop it like hot potato. But you know, you passionate about it, and you spend 1 year and a year and a half, and it's just about, and then you look back, oh my God, it's been 3 years. You know, it's too late to swim back. You know, we better get to the shore we're aiming for. But what we realized 5 years later, that before the first line was written, of the script was written, we were dead set on making it in Milwaukee and with real people. And those two things predetermined, in the worst possible way and in the best possible way, the outcome, which of course we didn't understand fully at the time. It would take us 5 years to fully understand that. And the iteration of the film that you watched, which we think is the best possible iteration, was only possible because of those two things that made our life so difficult, right, and made the journey so long. However, as we were waiting on fighting for money to come in, and looking for partners, and waiting for things to happen, we kept working, amassing a database of real life people. We kept developing our relationship with the Eisenhower Center. So it all paid off, because as a result of that long pre-production or development, we built essential relationships with each and every actor that allowed us that intimacy.
Well, a great example is right behind us. You see one of Gregory's drawings, the young autistic man who is featured in the film. And he, before we shot, he didn't really let a lot of people get particularly close to him. And because of the time we were able to have building trust, he let the film crew around him and let us shoot him drawing, and was really very comfortable with us in a way that was quite remarkable and really gratifying.
Yeah, it was really not just a filmmaking journey. It was a human journey, a spiritual, deep spiritual journey. I know it sounds kind of 21st century, new age, gloppy philosophy, but it was a spiritual journey for both of us, for everyone involved in it, because it's all about energy. And just like Ellis said, they trusted us, and we earned that trust just by without time that we spent, that we invested. Alice is now on the board, right? Of
the Eisenhower Center. Yeah.
Exactly. So we were not tourists. We became their friends, and they certainly are in our hearts. And we're only saddened that we can't see them every day.
Right, because of COVID, of course.
We got to be a little bit more, much more careful. James Watson, the one you see in the very beginning of the film, that if there was one reason to watch the film, I would say just for James Watson, to see him just give the film structure in a magnificent way. He's alone. He's a quadriplegic man, somewhere up north Milwaukee, 95th and Brown Deer, right, roughly. And, he can probably only see his nurse, his son and his nurse, maybe not even his son, because he's definitely very vulnerable to this thing.
It's been a very hard thing, I think,
Yeah.
for people who are already isolated. It's
right, right.
Yeah.
Watching the film really drove that home for me too. Paratransit pun there. The settings that you so beautifully captured and communicate through the film remind me so much of our own art center and the people that we very, very deeply miss seeing every day.
Yeah.
To us, it's again, it's not because of the Q&A of this event, but we always say it's one of our favorite places on earth, because once you step into the Eisenhower Center, and just quickly to say what the people there do, it's quite amazing.
Well, it's funny because we had a one period in the fall of 2017 that was really, really difficult because the film had been set up and the full budget, we had the full budget, which was like 4 times as much as what we ended up shooting it for. And it fell apart. And it was a really devastating moment. And a lot of people, everyone had been on hold waiting to do the film. And we were going into the Eisenhower Center regularly. And I remember at some point someone saying, oh, you're doing so much, you know, for those people. And we were like, no, it's really the other way around.
Right.
Because they were, you know, Steve, who appears in the film, would remind us, you know, he would remind us of how many years it had been since we told him we were making a film. And he was like, come on, you know. And I think that was part of the reason we were able to have the kind of fortitude it took to really barrel forward and make it in a pretty audacious way. That was very difficult at the time. And looking back, I think one of the best things we've done.
Speaking of Steve, a graduate, an NYU graduate film professor who attended the screening, the premiere screening
in New York,
asked us to let Steve know that he had never seen a better actor in his life, and you know, he's a very accomplished playwright and then screenwriter, and he meant it. I am sure it was not you know, he was not being inappropriate or facetious, or you know, he was moved deeply to tears. He said it with tears in his eyes. He was deeply moved by our actor, Steve. And what I was going to say is that, like, every time we step into the Eisenhower Center, we feel like time stops, because we're truly in a special environment. I don't know, man. It's just such a spiritual experience, because you feel you're away from the rat race, and you're here actually having human relationships. And the important thing is we never set out to make a social statement movie. We're not into social work. We're into human relationships. We never, you know, set out to make a film about a political film or about a film about disability. But we wanted to make a humanistic statement. We wanted to do an outstanding film that keeps the audience on the edge of their seats. And that's exactly the way we treated every actor as actors. They're actors first and foremost. And just by allowing them to be themselves in the movie, I think, you know, people often ask, you know, how did you manage to like walk this thin line? What thin line? We never had a problem.
We never saw it as a thin line. Anything to be worried about. They're just people who are, in our movie, who are actors in our movie. It was, I think it's the film, you know, premiered at Sundance and then at the Cannes Film Festival, both of which were incredible honors.
Yeah.
But I think one of the most extraordinary moments was when MoMA selected it for, as one of they select a few films every year that will go into the MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art archives, as a film with lasting cultural significance.
So important.
Wow.
And that for us, I think was pretty amazing moment.
That's amazing. Yeah. Congratulations.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think too that, you know, as you were just speaking of, I think that's one of the fantastic things about this film is that it's just displaying life as it is, right? You're not trying to make a statement about anybody's life or any of their struggles. You're just, this is this person's life, and this is this person's life, and we're all in it trying to live it together as a community, right? And I think that comes through in the film itself. And I think that's what makes it work so well. So, yeah.
You know, one of the most, I noticed when I talk to people these days, one of the most frequently said phrases is, "It is what it is." I don't know, it's like everybody agreed on it. I think if we were making this film today, we'd probably call it "It is what it is." But yes, just like you said, all we're trying, and no pun intended, we're just trying to get the characters from point A to point B. And everyone in the movie, if you look at them, all they want to do, they want to get somewhere. Just like Tracy says, you just got to get us where we need, where we got to be, like don't make us late.
Yeah.
And everybody got a destination. Everyone got a, single-minded this goal. And we are just trying to honor them.
But all of that being said, I do think it's a real, it's a really great film for people to watch now in a time where, people are derisive about the idea that both sides can come together.
Yeah. And
here we have this group of people who are from
very different people. Yeah.
I guarantee you, most Russians you saw in the movie voted for one thing, and some other people voted for another thing.
For sure.
The
beautiful thing, we had some moments when we were shooting the film. For example, when we shot the protest scene in the film, we shot all night on the west side in Milwaukee, and we had great community support from the alderwoman in that part of the city and a number of community leaders. And we also had to have security, and we had police officers. And we happened to have a couple of police officers who had worked the actual protests and riots that took place in Milwaukee a couple of years earlier.
16.
And we had people sitting down together at like 3 a.m, eating soup and talking about how we can do better.
At the community center.
Yeah, it's a conversation that, people have been trying to have in Wisconsin for a long time. And it was fascinating to see how naturally it took place when everyone was working on art.
Well, I'll tell you how you do it. You leave people freezing for a few hours outside. Then you bring them in. You can preach anything to them.
It's the great equalizer.
Yes.
Old.
No way to bring people together, but it worked. It worked, and everybody had the best experience of their lives. They were all at the premiere, and it was it's quite amazing. But the idea, I think, of bringing everyone into the same van, inside the same van, and just say, hey, let's drive through Milwaukee and just get from negative to positive, and get everybody around the same table and just have a drink. I think
it's a really good idea.
It sounds savvy, but I think we could really use
Maybe
this.
Maybe we should be sending medical transport vans around the country for people to just, I guess now it isn't the time. We're all social
in to-go cups.
Yeah.
It's interesting that many clients with disability refer to the van as van therapy, because many of them are lonely, and for them, actually, a drive to dialysis center or to a doctor's appointment is the only time they can actually socialize.
They have a social life, and then the drivers have these incredible relationships with their clients, and they're such incredible people,
And I think with the chronic case of isolation in America today, that goes, we all need, we could all use van therapy, and this is why this film is, because it's easy for us to speak of the film right now because it's we made it, but it's no longer ours. It's out there. It has its own life, and it has nothing to do with how we feel about it. In fact, there came a point when we needed to get away from it to focus on other work, on other movies, and so it's easy for me to say today that there is truly was thanks to all the people in the frame, and we're incredibly fortunate we actually we got them. We almost lost everything with the budget and everything, but we were fortunate not to. That we have this treasure, and it is really therapeutic, I think, to watch it today. So we encourage everyone to watch it because it is heartwarming, and we can really use that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, we think it's great, and we want people to see it. And we thank you for being here and sharing a little bit about the film and the trailer and helping us out. And I don't know if you noticed or not, but we had our own sort of technical glitches this afternoon, and we got started late. And so we're trying to
catch up.
Keep it moving. So we've got to move on to other things. But again, the film is beautiful, and everybody who's watching, please take a look at it, because it's not only well made, but it's an important work to watch and just absorb. So thank you guys so much for being here today. We really
thank you for taking the time to connect with us today too. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. And connecting is so important. And one of the reasons that we decided to do a telethon during this time, that we all can't be together. So this is our workaround. And one of the things that we know that we miss at Arts for All is an opportunity to get together and laugh, because this is a very joyful organization. And we're delighted to give you an opportunity.
We got a clip for you.
Yeah. So let's welcome local comedian Johnny Walsh.
Hi, I'm Johnny Walsh. I'm going to be doing some stand-up comedy for you. Well, I'm sharing a clip of me in one of my performances at the Comedy Club on State. It was March of 2018. It was the finals of the Madison's Funniest Comic competition, which I was lucky enough to win, mainly because I was funnier than everybody else, but also lucky. It was a great experience. Happy to be here and support Arts for All Wisconsin. I'm here in my home office where I've been stuck since March 11th, and grew my hair, got a little beard. My wife likes neither, but she's just gonna have to get used to it. So Arts for All Wisconsin, great organization that helps people, with disabilities get to know art. This is important to me because, as you'll see from my stand-up comedy, I talk a lot about a disability that I have. I'm losing my sight, and I have very bad hearing as well. I wear hearing aids. And so through comedy, I have talked about my experience and tried to make it more of an optimistic experience for myself and hopefully for the audience. When bad things happen, you can find some light every now and again, and that's the goal that I have when I'm on stage, just to bring joy and spread joy in the world. And you can do that through any sort of art form. This is a great organization. I hope you consider a donation and help others who, maybe they don't want to get up on stage and tell jokes. I wouldn't recommend it, frankly. But maybe they want to learn origami or an instrument or anything, something to help them get through the day. So again, thanks for your time. I hope you enjoy it, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much. Give it up for Kevin Schwartz. Suppose I should talk about the elephant in the room. Though if there is an elephant in the room right now, you've all been remarkably calm. I'm legally blind. I started losing my sight when I was 15 years old in a tragic recessive gene mutation. 15 years old, I was sitting in the doctor's office. The doctor looked at me and said, "You're going blind, you should learn how to use a dog and a stick." I said, "A dog and a stick? Thank you. Great. Halt all medical research. A dog and a stick." I looked at the doctor. I said, "We flew to the moon 60 years ago, and all science and technology can offer me is a dog and a stick?" And the doctor says to me, he goes, "Johnny, I'm sitting over here." "We flew to the moon." I'm doing all right, though. I wear hearing aids, Yeah, people see the stick and the hearing aids and they think, can he smell? He can smell. When I turn my hearing aids on in the morning, a voice inside the hearing aid says, hearing aid on. This is incredibly helpful information. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do with all that sound I was suddenly hearing. I like this feature so much, I sent the hearing aid manufacturer a thank you note. I said, dear hearing aid manufacturer, this is a thank you note. Love, Johnny. I'm doing all right. Losing your sight, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the worst thing in the world. For instance, nobody has ever called me up and asked me to help them move. Put that in the wing column. Never been out with a group of friends and had one of them say, hey, you're the designated driver tonight. No, I'm not. I'm gonna have 15 Miller Lights tonight. 20 if I win. I'm doing all right. I'm an optimistic guy. Some people look at a glass and say it's half full. I just assume the glass is full, you know. I'm an optimistic guy. When I found out I was losing my sight, I said to the doctor, I said, hey, good thing I don't know sign language. I wouldn't even know. I'm an optimistic guy. When I go golfing, after I hit the ball, the first place I look is the hole. Not in there. What? How could that be? It's good to be here, good to be indoors. I'm not a nature guy. I signed up for an Instagram account, and if I ever post a picture of nature, please send help, because I am lost. Took a wrong turn into the nature. A friend of mine told me he could live off the land for months. I said, great, you lock me in a grocery store, I'd be dead in 3 days. I don't know what to do with all that unprepared food. Whenever I'm in a grocery store and I walk by the frozen pizza aisles, I always think to myself, who has the willpower to make pizza and then freeze it? I couldn't do that. I know nothing about food. In my household growing up, my mom thought mac and cheese was a 2-course meal. I get my groceries delivered though, that's a good service. Highly recommend it. The other day, upon delivery among the groceries, 1 banana. I asked the delivery guy, I said, where are the other bananas? And he said that I needed to specify how many bananas I wanted. I said, 1 bunch. So the next time I ordered groceries, I specified that I wanted 90 grapes, 5,000 Cheerios, and 6 bananas. You know what I was talking about. I know nothing about food. I didn't go to the farmer's market once this summer, which means I'm single. I am single. I just got out of a relationship. Knew it wasn't going too well when she started introducing me to her friends as her insignificant other. I thought, hey, I heard that. It's like all I can do. I don't know, breakups are hard. I broke up with someone because she was bad at math. Not sure that was the right reason. We were out watching the sunset or something, I don't know, and she said to me, she said, Johnny, if you live to be 100, I hope I live to be 100 minus a day, so I never have to live a day without you. I looked at her, I said, we're not the same age. You know, if I live to be 100, you'll be 90. That's like 3,000 days without me. And then she said, she goes, Johnny, I'm sitting over here. It's like, oh man. Some relationships work out though. You have a wedding. I went to a wedding recently. They say that 50% of marriages end in divorce, which is why I only bring a gift to 50% of the weddings I attend. I like weddings. I don't get drunk at weddings anymore. I get overserved. It's much classier. Weddings lead to kids. Some of my friends are starting to have kids now. That's annoying. I had the great joy of babysitting my 4-year-old nephew this afternoon. So if anybody knows where he is right now, I'm also looking for my keys. You might have them. I don't know if I'm gonna have kids though. I don't know. Ideally, I'd like to be a stay-at-home dad with no kids. That would be ideal. I don't know. I feel like having a kid would just be one really long game of Marco Polo. I think I'm gonna name my firstborn son Waldo because I'll be looking for him all the time. A friend of mine told me, he said, "I can't wait to have kids of my own someday." And I said, "Whose kids do you have now?" Maybe I'll have kids. Maybe I'll get. If I have a kid, I hope I have a blind kid. That'll be fun. "Hey, Daddy, take me to Disney World." Okay. "Alexa, play Disney music." "We're there." "Now go to your room and learn how to play the piano." They'll love it. "And put your bells back on." "And you sneaking up on me like that." I was a nerdy kid. I had a great childhood, but I was a big old nerd. When I was a kid, I thought Lincoln logs were presidential journal entries preserved by the Smithsonian. Instead of playing Cowboys and Indians, I played Manifest Destiny. Took over the whole neighborhood, you know. Walk around with legal documents. "This is my house now, Grandma. Sign this deed." Manifest Destiny. Great game. I really liked water balloon fights when I was a kid. Those were fun. Yeah. I told all my friends that my hearing aids couldn't get wet, otherwise I'd get electrocuted and die. So I'd be the kid during the water balloon fight with a hose being like, "What are you gonna do? Can't get me wet." Great game. I had a great time. I had a great childhood, great parents. Their genes, not terribly desirable. Parents themselves were fantastic. The other day I was out for a drive with my dad, and he was driving, and we came up to a group of the neighborhood kids, and he rolled the window down and said to one, a little second-grade girl. He looked at her and said, "Hey, congratulations on finishing second place in the school-wide spelling bee. Maybe next year we'll find a remedy and you'll win." And he rolls the window up, he looks at me, he goes, "Remedy was the word she spelled wrong." Unbelievable. I was the youngest in my family. I was youngest of 4, and there was a rumor going around my family that I was a mistake. I asked my dad if this was true. He said, "Johnny, you weren't a mistake, but you weren't a big success either." And, I was, the other day I was out for a walk, and a couple came up to me, and they asked me for directions, and I thought, well, that's a bit optimistic. And, they asked me for directions to the lake, and since I was standing on an isthmus, I figured, well, I got a 50% chance of being right. So, hey, thank you very much. That's my time.
That was so much fun. Yes. I remember when his footage came in, and both of us were typing to one another. It's like, he's funny. Yeah, it's good.
Statement of fact, right?
Yes, it was great.
That's right.
Yes, thank you so much, Johnny Walsh, for letting us share your stand-up routine today. It's a wonderful day to smile, and our donors, our new donors, and some familiar names are certainly giving us reason to smile today. We have passed the $3,000 mark.
Yay!
Some donations are coming in through our regular donation page as well. So we're a little higher than what you see on our, what would we call that? Our Secure Give Lively donation page. So thank you so much. And we also see a lot of art being sold. And you know, that is such an important part of our mission. That 70% being able to give back to support artists for the work that they do and the talent that they bring. It's extremely important, especially at this difficult time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also want to take a moment to thank not only our donors who've donated today, but also our wonderful board of directors who've been very supportive throughout all of these troubles and the pandemic. So thank you to them. I don't know, we want to name them. Should we name them?
If you want to, we can do that. Or we should stay on schedule because we're still making up our time.
Oh,
but we'll slide it in though later. Okay.
All right.
And we wanted to say thank you also to our task force who helped us put this together, and a special thank you to Matthew Sanborn, who we are going to see again in the next segment in his musical duo.
The Passersby.
Hi, I'm Matthew.
And I'm Andrew.
And we're the Passersby. We're pleased to be here for Arts for All, and thank you for tuning in. I'll tell you that I spent about 11 years as a paratransit driver, giving rides to people going to Arts for All and then going back. And I can tell you that it's a place that people like to go to, and they were excited when they got out of there. I love talking to the passengers about the art that they just made, and I know that it's a bright spot in the lives of people who don't have any other opportunities to make art and be creative. So please consider donating while you're listening to our songs. Thank you. Break my heart, for I am devoid. Shatter me, I must be destroyed. For I've come to think of love as my own. To be the chemist of volatile wants. To play out the indulgent romance. I confess I've failed to rest in grace. To stand in love is to stare at the sun. My vision lost to oblivion. All I know, boiled, burned, and gone. My love set back in grace. My love recognizing my place. My love ravaged yet refined. If you're listening and if you're awake, your heart is made to bring to the beauty of the world quite regularly. Your heart is made to bring, to burst open and open the ache, so that ever more wonders you may hold there. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Step back and grace, I stare at the sun, stand in my place, I'm gone. That was a song of mine called Raised on Love. Raised spelled R-A-Z-E-D. It matters for the meaning of the song. We'd like to do a song by Andrew now.
And this one is called The Light, based on a dream I had.
Whole night through, I waited for you, 'cause I couldn't escape from the dark. Now the sun's coming through, and I know what to do. Now I can just be with you. The light, the light, the light, the light lets me know that it's alright to cry. The light, the light, the light, the light lets me know that it's alright to cry. The whole night long, I thought I was wrong, 'cause I couldn't escape from my mind. Now the sun's filling me, and I know what to be. I feel love for the people I see. The light, the light, the light, the light lets me know that it's alright to cry. The light, the light, the light, the light lets me know that it's alright to cry. And I can't see the light, pretending it's alright, and closing my eyes on my heart. Sadness is real, can't hide what I feel. Let the tears come and melt my cold heart. The whole night
waited for you, 'cause I couldn't escape from the dark. Now the sun's coming through, and I know what to do. Now I can just be with you. The light, the light, the light, the light lets me know that it's alright to cry. The light, the light, the light, the light lets me know that it's alright to cry. It's alright to cry. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. And it makes me want to stand outside for a while. And
Right?
not today. Not today, though. I think today is a perfect day to sit inside and just look at a screen.
Just look at screens all day long.
All day. Please share with a friend.
Yeah.
Thank
I mean,
you.
it would be great if we had more people watching.
Yeah.
You could share how they can donate. You can text Arts for All. That's Arts, the number 4, and then all to 44321. You can also go onto our website at artsforallwi.org and donate online. Or you can call, although we have gotten word that there's some weirdness going on with our phone line. So if you want to try and call, please do. But it's just as easy maybe for you to text or donate online. And thank you to everybody who has donated online. We're now almost to, at least on our online graph, almost to $4,000. Thank you to Eileen Kern and Lynn Hemble and Deborah Mikowski and Jason and Sarah Rasmussen and lots of other names that I can't see because it goes so far down. Thank you, thank you, thank
Susan
you.
Herschel, too.
Yes.
Thank you.
A long time and generous supporter of Arts for All Wisconsin. Yeah. And also, we want to give a shout out to Foremost Media for their support of this event. And our title sponsor, Associated Bank.
Thank you so much.
You got anything, Christina?
I'm thinking about going to a backyard again and thinking about how nice it once was outside to sit outside, sit back and just talk with a friend about the arts.
That's a great idea. Why don't we do that?
Let's do that.
I'm Sarah Marty, Interim Co-Director of the Bolt Center for Arts Administration in the Wisconsin School of Business and the Producing Artistic Director for Four Seasons Theater in Madison, Wisconsin.
What is your favorite Wisconsin art story?
My favorite Wisconsin art story is actually one that's very personal. My grandmother is going to be 90 in about a week, and she was the first musician I ever met and the first person to teach me about music. I started playing accordion with her when I was about 5. And in 2015, I surprised her with a recording session so she could make a CD of all of her favorite accordion songs. We did a release party at Pimple's Tavern where she's been playing since 1974 for Labor Day weekend for a Wisconsin polka party. And it was just fabulous to have arts lovers of all ages there, little kids all the way up to my grandma's friends in their 80s and 90s. to celebrate music making, celebrate culture, and celebrate her.
And what do the arts mean to you?
A way for us to connect across communities, across cultures, across different lived experiences, and to share and communicate, come closer together as human beings. And I think the arts are so important for everyone that they are something that should be infused into daily life. It shouldn't be something that you have to work hard to have access to, and that is only available for those who have the money and the financial wherewithal to attend or to take classes or to have it be part of their lives. The arts should be for all and at any time and anywhere.
Why do the arts matter?
In the classes that I teach, we always ask the artists who they are, what they do, and why it matters. The arts matter as they're a way for all of us to connect with each other as fellow human beings. They're a way for us to build community, to express who we are and where we come from, and to try to understand each other as people.
What does access and inclusion mean to you?
Well, that is like the million-dollar question, isn't it? Access and inclusion in the arts means making sure that the arts are available for all and that people are able to make art and enjoy art and celebrate art and tell their own stories and share their own feelings without being limited by abilities or disabilities, by economic status, by geographic location, all the things that often can be barriers to access.
What can you tell me about the intersection of art and disability?
The intersection of the arts and disability is really about inclusion and access and thinking about the arts from a 360-degree view. You know, how are we reaching out to people to let them know about opportunities? How do we make sure that we are physically accessible? How do we make sure that anything we're doing virtually, especially now in the time of COVID, is not only mobile friendly, but is accessible for people who are differently sighted or have other digital barriers to access? Being an arts leader is thinking about all of those different intersectionalities and what you are doing in your community and in your work to include as many people as possible.
Why is arts education so important?
Arts education is important as it's a way for us to think of the student as a whole person. You know, we spend so much time emphasizing things that can be tested and math scores and reading scores, and we kind of ignore the fact that as humans, there's so much more to who we are and what we do and how we interact and communicate with each other. And I think it's really important from a very young age, and you know, from 5 to 100, all ages, to be able to connect with each other and to be able to express yourself through the arts.
What is a meaningful arts experience that you've had?
One of the most meaningful arts experiences I've had in my work in the music community and as a theater producer is with the outreach program for Four Seasons Theater. We produce about 20 to 25 concerts in nursing homes and retirement communities across Dane County. After every program, our singers and our piano player visit with the residents and spend time hearing people's stories and their connections to the songs that they heard. Everything from a veteran who was on leave in the 1950s and saw South Pacific on Broadway to a couple saying this was our song when we got married 50 years ago.
When you think about Arts for All Wisconsin, what do you think about?
When I think of Arts for All, I think of an incredible nonprofit agency that has been serving the people of Wisconsin for decades and providing opportunities for self-expression and doing so in an incredible way that they are supporting people with a variety of challenges and making sure that they have access to art and music and dance, and that they're able to share their work with others.
What is your hope for the future of arts in America?
My hope for the future of the arts is that we take this great pause, this time where we're all facing a pandemic together, to go beyond our individual bubbles and see how we and our organizations are interconnected and how we're all part of a greater community, and that we find a way when we're able to come through COVID to be better and to do better, to be more supportive of each other, to be activists and to ask for government support, to ask for the money that is needed to do the work that we do, and that we're able to partner and collaborate and do even more than we were doing before the Great Pause. So my grandmother is Ruth Marty. She's in Greene County. She's been playing accordion since she was a little girl. She even studied with the great Rudy Burkhalter and taught in his accordion studios in Monroe, Wisconsin, in Greene County. We have these amazing pictures of her, glamour shots of her with her telecordion, and wonderful pictures of when she was a young girl traveling the country, or traveling the whole state of Wisconsin with the Rudy Burkhalter accordion band. Earlier in September, we actually sat in the yard and spent about an hour making music. And she started teaching me songs that she knows by ear that I don't know yet.
I love that.
It's always so nice to listen to Sarah Marty talk about anything, but especially the arts.
Yeah, I love that story about her grandmother and the accordion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's great. And one of the things that that really struck me was when Sarah was talking about government support and support for the arts in general. And I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that Arts for All Wisconsin was a very fortunate recipient of a payroll protection program loan this summer, and also a recipient of some funding through the CARES Act. And it's really that payroll protection loan that that hopefully will be forgiven. That's the hope that all of us nonprofits have, that I've been thinking about a lot, especially lately in the run up to this telethon, when I have sat back and looked at the dedication and the incredible work that has been done by the staff that I'm fortunate enough to call colleagues and friends. None of this, not a single bit of it, would have happened without Mike Lawler, without the talent that he brings, the perspective, the incredible skill for storytelling that he brings to the staff. And I'm grateful that that government loan through the CARES Act allowed us to keep him employed here, because that's a really serious reality here, is that we are keeping members of our community employed. We're helping to support their families. We welcomed Jill, our director of arts education. We hired her before the pandemic started, but she was scheduled to start after. So we were so fortunate that she took that leap of faith and did begin with us. And I'm so impressed by the talents that she's brought and the skills that she has had to learn since coming on board. She was not hired to do digital programming and live streaming classes and editing and setting up learning platforms. None of that was in the job description, and she has risen to the occasion in such a brilliant, beautiful way. And I thank her for that. And I'm delighted that she figured out a way to get us live today. And just thrilled about that. And then Deborah Scheibinger, our director of art, or art director, she predates my time here at Arts for All. And I have watched how she has adapted to the many, many changes long before the COVID changes, but lots of different changes to this organization. And she has done so with grace and thoughtfulness. I opened the fridge this week to find that we're stocked with water and baby carrots and there's chocolate over on the side. And Deborah didn't have to be asked to do that. She thought ahead because she's constantly thinking of others and their needs. And I'm so, so pleased that she is most often our first point of contact to the artists and participants that we work with at Arts for All. So your donations today, the community support that we get, the federal and statewide support that we get, helps not only to do our programs, but to keep these individuals and our teaching artists and choir directors employed. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Christina. That's very generous and kind of you. And just to remind everybody how they can donate, it's right there on your screen. You can text Arts for All with the number 4 to 44321. You can go online to artsforallwi.org and donate on our website, or you can make a phone call at 608-241-2131. And I also want to thank a couple of donors that came in during our last segment. We got an anonymous donation, so thank you to all the anonymous donors. We appreciate you and we appreciate your selflessness. And thank you to Sarah Lancaster for her donation during the last break. And we're almost up to about $5,000, at least on the graph I can see so far. So that's great. Please keep sharing the word and letting your friends and family and neighbors and maybe even people you don't like, I don't know, let them know too about it. Yeah, great. So what's up next, Christina?
I think we're going to listen to some jazz, Mike.
Oh yes, Tony Barba.
Cool jazz.
All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tony Barba, and I am so happy to be here to support Arts for All Wisconsin and their first annual telethon. I'm a musician here in Madison, and specifically a saxophone player. And what I'm about to share for you is it's a song of mine called Rounding Up that my band, called the Blood Moon Quartet, just recorded and performed for the Dig Jazz Concert Series a few weeks ago in late September. That's put on by the Madison Music Collective and the Arts and Literature Lab here in Madison. We recorded it at Shannon Hall at the UW Memorial Union. And the great thing about this concert was that this album that this song came from, which is called Blood Moon, was released in late March, right when the pandemic was starting. And we
During the telethon, one of the pieces of art that was hanging behind Jerome Glenn in his artist profile video sold. So it is leaving our studio and will find a new home in Woodbury, Minnesota. How about that? Mike?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you don't have to say anything. Here's another one.
Trying to.
This piece also will be leaving our studio and going to a new home. I love this cow. Oh, this is steer, I guess, right? It would be a steer, not a cow, I guess. All right. All right. And she vamps.
So
yes.
When you're ready, I think we're going to go to a brief something other than Tony Barba, and we'll get that. We'll get Tony Barba back in a second, but I think for now we're going to hear from someone else.
How exciting. Surprise me.
If Jill's ready. I mean,
great.
Whenever you're ready, Jill. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Karen Olivo. I'm an artist and an educator. And one of the things that I think is so important about the arts in Wisconsin is it's one of the reasons I actually moved here. When I could see myself moving away from the coast, I felt comfort that Wisconsin would have a vibrant art scene that I could be a part of and that I could still be a patron. And arts is everything in my life. You know, I come from a household of artists. My father and my sister are both hearing impaired. And one of the places that they always belonged, one of the places that they found belonging, I should say, is the theater community. It didn't matter that we came from a low-income household or that we didn't have certain things that other people had. When we came into the theater and when we made art, it was an equalizing force. And I think that's the importance about the arts.
Now?
Are we back?
Oh, we are back. We are back. And that.
Well, thank you so much, Karen, for that message of support.
And good luck with your Tony nomination this year.
Yes.
We
already a Tony Award-winning actor for her role in West Side Story, and was nominated again this year for her role in Moulin Rouge.
Yeah, such a talent. Oh my goodness, such a talent. Yeah. And we want to thank again the UW Milwaukee American Sign Language, Signed English Interpreting Program for their support of our telethon. It certainly resonated with me hearing Karen talk about the hearing impairment in her family, and being able to see the interpreter right over her shoulder. I thank them all for helping out with this event.
Absolutely, and it's because of the support of our sponsors that we were able to do some of that interpretation and open captioning and all of those kinds of things. Volunteers, sponsors, donors, they all contributed to and continue to contribute to making our online work as accessible and as inclusive as possible.
Mm-hmm. And I'd also like to thank Amy Free, the local interpreter, for her guidance in helping us to practice what we preach. I think that initially when we reached out to Amy, she was rightfully skeptical, not knowing if we would commit to following through on opening up the accessibility to folks who are deaf and hearing impaired. And I thank her for that skepticism, because it really helped to hold ourselves accountable. And we have made improvements through going onto the virtual landscape for our classes and programs, and certainly today for the telethon. But we have room to grow. So these donations will help us to keep striving for accessibility, and your donations help us immensely to reach this goal.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to try to get back to Tony Barba and the jazz. So why don't we give it a try, and we'll keep our fingers crossed because we really want to see Tony Barba.
Yes, we do.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tony Barba, and I am so happy to be here to support Arts for All Wisconsin and their first annual telethon. I'm a musician here in Madison, and specifically a saxophone player. And what I'm about to share for you is it's a song of mine called Rounding Up that my band, called the Blood Moon Quartet, just recorded and performed for the Dig Jazz Concert Series a few weeks ago in late September. That's put on by the Madison Music Collective and the Arts and Literature Lab here in Madison. We recorded it at Shannon Hall at the UW Memorial Union. And the great thing about this concert was that this album that this song came from, which is called Blood Moon, was released in late March, right when the pandemic was starting. And we had a tour to support this album that was slated for April that all got canceled, of course. And this performance and the night before, where we played just for a very small crowd of people outside, were the first 2 times that we got to play together since March and have played since. So it was a very special time for us.
A blank screen makes it very difficult to see a live interpreter making this beautiful work accessible. So we're going to continue working on a way to get this content from Tony Barba up so we can share it with you. And so we're going to switch around a little bit and go on to another backyard interview. This one is with Ann Katz of Arts Wisconsin.
Ann Katz, Director of Arts Wisconsin, the state's community cultural development organization. Well, we're the state's community cultural development organization, which means we're all about the arts for everyone, everywhere in the state. We know that the arts are essential to the human condition, so people have been expressing themselves creatively since the beginning of time. And especially in the 21st century, and especially at this moment in time, the creative sector as an engine of Wisconsin economy and our quality of life is really important. So we're really about the arts as a catalyst for life and work in Wisconsin.
What is your favorite Wisconsin arts story?
Madeline Island, that's one of my favorites, because Madeline Island, which is all the way at the very top of the state in Lake Superior, has a population of 150 people in the winter and 5,000 people in the summer, and it's a huge, huge destination. It is a hotbed of creativity because the people who live there have to be creative in terms of living on an island without direct access to the mainland, and using creativity to make their lives and their work there. And so I was up there 2 years ago to help them create a public art plan because they want to be purposeful in making sure that the arts are accessible to everyone who lives on the island and who visits the island. And so I really have enjoyed interacting with those people to help them figure out how to keep things going.
And what do the arts mean to you?
I have always been involved in the arts. My mother's family were all very musical and artistic, and so that's what we did. We sang, we acted, everything in my family is a cue, right? Someone says something and then someone has a song related to whatever they just said. I was always in theater. I was a theater major in college. My career goal was to be a big Broadway star. I tried to do that and that didn't work. So I kind of migrated to being an activist for the arts. So it's not just what the arts mean to me, it's that my whole life is about not only being in the arts, but helping the arts flourish in my place, which is the state of Wisconsin. So the arts mean a lot to me.
Why do the arts matter?
I'd say that the arts make us human, and everyone is creative in some way, whether they call themselves an artist or not. So that's the fundamental reason that the arts are important.
What does access and inclusion mean to you?
My work is all about access and inclusion, and Arts Wisconsin is all about access and inclusion. And by that I mean, because we're all about ensuring that everyone everywhere in the state gets to participate, we work on breaking down barriers that keep people from participating and benefiting. So that can be financial, it can be geographical, it can be systemic. It can be that people don't know how to access the system that would help them participate in the arts. And that may mean that they don't have internet access, or that they can't physically get to something that they're interested in, or that they don't have the money for something. There's so many different overlapping reasons. Often there's more than one reason, but we work on calling out those barriers. So making sure that decision makers know about the barriers.
What can you tell me about the intersection of art and disability?
Part of your humanity is your creative expression. And so it's not just an intersection, it's sort of it's a whole body experience. It's it is part of who you are as a person. So I'm very admiring of Arts for All Wisconsin, because you work on the barriers that are out there to keep people who are disabled from participating in the arts. And so that is, to me, a very worthwhile mission, and something that we always try to help you with. I just think that you can't separate the arts from people, whatever kind of person you are. And so, the intersection is, again, it's profound, goes beyond an intersection. It's an integration.
Why is arts education so important?
Oh, it's the important thing. Because arts education is important, because in the 21st century, we are all being called on to be creative, innovative. We're pivoting. We're trying to figure out what we're doing. We're building the car as we drive it. This is especially a moment in time where we have to be creative. And so our kids are growing up in this era, and they are going to be called on in their lives and in their work to be endlessly creative and innovative. And so those are all the skills that the arts teach: how to be creative, how to work as independently and have independent thoughts, and how to work in partnership with other people who may not think the way you do, especially. Those are the skills that the arts teach. And so arts education for all kids, and again, it's that whole access thing, that all kids get to participate, it's not just part of education, it is education now. Helping kids discover their creative side is what's going to prepare them for the 21st century world and workforce.
What is a meaningful arts experience that you've had?
Singing, being on stage, being in a show, all of that is really meaningful to me. And I get incredible enjoyment from experiencing it with other people. I'm really in awe of how looking at a work of art or some kind of creative something and thinking, how did that person come up with that? Whether it's, how did Lin-Manuel come up with writing a musical about Alexander Hamilton in rap style with multicultural actors? I mean, how did he do that? To a kid creating a chalk work of art that they consider art on the sidewalk. I mean, I'm just in awe of how that is, and appreciate what people are capable of.
When you think about Arts for All Wisconsin, what do you think about?
I think Arts for All Wisconsin is an organization with a very worthy and important mission to break down those barriers between the arts and disabilities and to bring people together through the arts. So I'm glad it exists. I'm glad we can work together. I'm glad that I'm appreciative of the important work that Arts for All Wisconsin does.
What is your hope for the future of the arts?
You can't stop creativity. You can't stop that creative spirit. You can't stop people from doing what they know they have to do. And so my hope for the future is that we get through this difficult moment in time in as good shape as we can and keep building that new normal that we know we're going into. So again, I have great faith in that creative spirit and that we will all keep figuring it out. And I'm going to hold on to that relentless optimism as best I can. You know, the only other thing that I often say is that all 5-year-olds are artists and musicians and performers. That's what kids do. They can't help themselves. And I really, and there's so many ways that people can stop themselves from being creative, whatever age they are or whatever situation they're in. And so I just want to give a shout out for Arts for All Wisconsin for helping that creative spirit and, you know, to all of us for figuring out how to keep it going. I could go on about the arts in Wisconsin, but
oh, thank you so much, Anne. Your wise words and your flattering words mean so much to us. And thank you for all that you do. Ann Katz is located in Madison, Wisconsin, but her work truly does reach all of the corners of our state. So thank you, Anne.
Great, so let's check in with Fred now. It's been a little while since we've talked to Fred. I've been missing Fred. What do you got?
Yeah.
Oh, that was nice of you. Well, I've started another drawing, which I do quite often just to let the first one kind of rest. And so that's what I've been up to.
Wow.
Having fun.
You did all of that since we saw you last?
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Well, I moved through them fairly quickly, and that's one nice thing about the marker, and I'm used to doing pen and ink drawings, so yeah.
You know, when people talk about needing supplies and art supplies and just, you know, investing in visual art as a craft, it's wonderful, I think, to see how much you can do and the worlds that you can create with just a blank piece of paper and an ink pen. It's marvelous. I would encourage everybody who's watching right now to not that they can do what you do. I certainly can't do what you do, but I bet that everybody has an inner artist in them who could just use a little doodle time.
Oh, I love doodle time. I'm a big supporter of doodle time. It's very hard to find the time to sit and draw, especially with my 2 little boys running around and bumping into me. And yeah, doodle time.
Doodle time. It's the best.
But Fred.
This is not doodle.
It's not doodling.
This
Let's
is
be clear.
fine art.
Yeah, that's not a doodle.
No. And we're so lucky to be able to see your work in progress too.
And Fred, I wanted to ask you, so somebody somebody messaged me and said, a friend of mine actually who's watching, and said, there's only 2 of Fred's pieces in your shop online. How can I look at more of Fred's work and find something, So is there another way that people can find your art, see your art, buy your art aside from Arts for All Wisconsin? And I know I'm going outside the box here, but I'm just curious.
I really don't have an avenue via the computer. That's been the nice thing about being connected with you all. My work is sold primarily just word of mouth. So that's kind of the avenue that I've traveled.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to speak for Deborah, but I'm going to speak for Deborah. I'm quite certain that she would be delighted to put together a Fred Seeger collected, or what do we call it? The collections?
Curated collections.
Curated collections.
Yeah.
Yes. So drop off, socially distanced drop off of your work. Let's put more work up if you want. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we have shot some photos of this work and other work that I've done, my work in color and all of that. So at this point, I'm open to any ideas that people have to promote me. And I'm not savvy with the computer and the website and all that world. So, yeah, well, I'm just enjoying doing what I do, and I've been happy with the work that I have sold in Madison. So I hope to just keep continuing forward.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought of another place that our viewers could go. We have a collection of holiday images online too. Sometimes, well, every year, different organizations, corporations choose an image to use for their mass-produced holiday cards. And this year we put many different images for them to choose from online.
That's right. Yeah.
Fred has a snowman or two. Quite lovely.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep working on that, Fred. We'll have to get more of your work out there in front of people so they can put it on the wall. There's a great quote that I have from you one time when we were talking, and I have it up on our website. Let me see if I can look at it really quickly. If I can look at it really quickly, I will repeat it.
And while you're looking, Mike, I'm checking in with Deborah, and we have sold 7 pieces of art.
Wow, that's
just
great.
Today. That's wonderful.
Yeah. So one time when we were talking in the art center, Fred, you said this to me and I wrote it down. You said the biggest compliment you can get is when someone likes your work and then they want to own your work and live with your work. You just become part of their life.
Absolutely.
And I thought that was fantastic.
You are a poet as well as an artist.
Well, I think it is personal, and that's just the way I feel about it. I've been so fortunate to have sold pieces, and they're in places that are just, and homes as well, and public buildings, and it is just really a delight to have people own your work and make that connection with, you know, who you are as an artist and the people enjoying it. And I must say, this Veterans Day was the 25th anniversary to the Veterans Memorial that I did in Davenport, Iowa. So that's the biggest honor and display of my artwork that I think I'll ever have. So it was.
Tell everybody where that's at, Fred.
The memorial's in Calvary Cemetery in Davenport, Iowa. And it's under Scott County All Veterans Memorial, so you can see it online. But
cool. Such
an honor to, you know, just be discovered as a pen and ink artist and then segue into the engraving world and to have accomplished that. And 25 quick years went by since the dedication. So still wonderful to get the outreach. And you want to talk about connecting with people, doing something like that for veterans, and it's just incredible experience.
Yeah, I bet. Well, thanks so much, Fred. We're gonna try Tony Barba one more time.
All right.
So
thanks, Fred. We'll check back in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and can I just quickly say, I'm glad to see Christy, and I was glad to see Jerome and put a face to his work.
Yeah, that's
we'll
great.
be doing more of this too.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, we need a Fred Seeger profile.
Check your date book.
All right.
Hello, everyone. We're so happy to be here to support Arts for All Wisconsin's first annual telethon. I'm Doug Rowland, the creator of the Feeling Through experience. I'm joined today by Chris Woodfill of the Helen Keller National Center. And you just saw part 1 and part 2 of the experience, which was Feeling Through and the supporting documentary Connecting the Dots. Now we're going to do part 3, which is a short panel discussion between Chris and I. But before we get into that, a couple quick notes. I want to thank Ultra Tech for sponsoring the Feeling Through experience at Arts for All Wisconsin's telethon today. And also remember that thanks to a generous donor, your contributions are being matched right now. So take full advantage of doubling your gift. Don't wait, do it now. You can text a donation to the number on the screen or call to donate at 608-241-2131. And you can also donate online at artsforallwi.org/telethon. And of course, share this event right now with your friends so that they can join in as well. And for any of you who are just joining in or maybe new to Arts for All Wisconsin, they are a statewide nonprofit with the mission to support work with people with disabilities through the arts. And your donation will help Arts for All Wisconsin in this work and to continue to provide programs during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. I can say that in connecting with Arts for All Wisconsin, they are an incredible team there. And Chris, I'm really excited to speak with you for a little bit right now. You know, I know that we both have a strong connection to Wisconsin. I attended the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I'm a Badger. Go Badgers. And Chris, why don't you tell everyone your personal connection to Wisconsin?
And this is Chris, absolutely. I was actually born and raised in Wisconsin. I was born in a town called Rainsey. It's kind of south of Milwaukee. I was raised there as well. I attended school there. I went to Mitchell Elementary School. I graduated from there and went on to Wisconsin School for the Deaf. And that is in Delavan, Wisconsin. Maybe it's 15, 20 minutes north of Rockford. You just go into the border across the border, and it's right there. I graduated from there. I spent some time in East Wisconsin for a little bit. I got my bachelor's or master's degree from there, in the East Coast rather. And then I went back to Wisconsin and I taught at the Wisconsin School for the Deaf for 13 years. I also lived in and around Delavan. And I left in 2012 when I moved to New York. So that's really my connection to Wisconsin. Wisconsin is my home state.
You know, Chris, obviously Arts for All Wisconsin is about bringing the arts to the disability community. Why is that important?
It's very important. People with disabilities have their own stories to tell. And one way disabled individuals can tell the stories is through arts. The arts give them options, you know, whether it be paintings or videos or sculpting. There are different outlets and different mediums for disabled individuals to be able to tell their story, which is a very important thing.
You know, one of the things that I really love about Arts for All Wisconsin, it's in their mission statement, and they talk about celebrating diversity by building bridges between people across cultures and through generations. And the reason that resonates so much with us at Feeling Through is because Chris, as you well know, and you certainly all can recognize Chris from the documentary that you just saw, and Chris has been a huge part of the Feeling Through experience from the very start. But one of the things that's most important to us is building bridges between the deafblind community and the general public through the shared experience of this visual art in these films and this experience. And, you know, Chris, I'm wondering, you know, obviously a lot of what we do is around accessibility as well. And I'm just wondering, what does access and inclusion mean to you personally?
Well, access for me means I'm able to be involved with what's happening, you know, being in the community or whatever is happening with the movie, for example, just being involved. You know, for me, that may look like captions. You know, having captions available is important. And I think 99% of movies have them. You know, I should say 99% of movies are in English. So I need to get captions so I know what's happening. And those captions, you know, tell me the story that's happening in the movie. And for me, that becomes part of the arts. And so I really enjoy seeing it. Without captions, I lose some things. I can't enjoy the movies the same way. And I think that's pretty similar for a lot of people who are deaf and deafblind. You know, they just don't understand exactly what's happening. As far as inclusion, I think that that's a little different. That's kind of like a bigger concept idea. To become part of the community, to be an equal member on standing with all other members in the community. To be fully immersed, you know, not to feel any forms of separation or isolation, but to be 100% immersed. You know, the sign for inclusion is usually like the full 5 hand and one hand going underneath it to show that blending in. And that's the American Sign Language sign for inclusion. And it's just to say that you are a part of the crowd. You're not standing apart from anybody. You don't look different. You don't feel different, whatever the case may be. You're in the community. And I think those are the two big differences.
That's really beautifully put. You know, we were talking before about the importance of art in the disability community, and also about the community telling their own stories. You know, certainly with Feeling Through, Robert being the first deafblind actor also starts to break down people's assumptions about what a community like the deafblind community can or can't do. You know, obviously I know that at the Helen Keller National Center, there have been arts initiatives. Can you tell me perhaps some art or artists, deafblind artists that you've met or seen of their work that have maybe changed or expanded your understanding of the deafblind community in the arts?
Yeah. Obviously, I've met with Robert, you know, and he's an actor and an artist. Acting is his art. And there are other deafblind individuals who are involved in the art world. One of them being John Lee Clark. He's really kind of a well-known deafblind artist and poet. He writes poetry and he's had several books published, all related to his poetry. Some painters I know of, you know, choose the form of painting to express their art. They may do traditional painting. They may work with digital mediums. Rafael Morales in California, he does that. You know, I'm only giving a couple of examples, but really there are lots of deafblind individuals. I know of a deafblind photographer, you know, and that's their art, photography. Someone who makes jewelry. Another form of art. Published authors, you know, who tell their stories, which again is another form of art. So really there are lots to talk about, and they work across the spectrum.
You know, when I think of arts and inclusion, and maybe for, you know, you all watching right now, gaining a better understanding of why what Arts for All Wisconsin does is important, you know, I want to go back to what you were just mentioning about Robert as an artist. Acting is his art. But prior to Feeling Through, he was someone who had always wanted to be an actor, had aspirations to be an artist, but never had the opportunity because there had never been a deafblind person starring in a film. Feeling Through was that opportunity, and now Robert is someone who is able to realize his lifelong dream of being an actor, someone who's going to continue to pursue acting. Certainly I'm going to want to work with him again. And I think that's so great to your point, Chris, of just what you were talking about before as far as that intersection between art and disability and inclusion and access. Well, why should you donate to Arts for All of Wisconsin right now? Because there's a lot of other people out there like Robert who have aspirations to be artists, but maybe not the opportunity or resources to realize those dreams like anyone else. So don't hesitate, donate right now. As we mentioned before, your donation's going to be doubled, so why not have it have the biggest impact it can have? You know, Chris, with the limited time we have left today, I'm wondering if you have any closing thoughts or sentiments you'd like to share.
Yeah. I think it's very important for the artistic community to give opportunities to disabled people in the community so they can represent themselves. You know, and it's not only actors. You know, we can look at deafblind characters. We can start adding those. You know, and then I think deafblind actors would be a natural fit for those characters. But looking at stories, having stories related to deafblind individuals. Maybe we could start writing that. Maybe have them written by deafblind individuals or collaborating with deafblind artists to write those stories. Look at the paintings. You know, maybe we could start showcasing some deafblind artists more than we have before. I think the community needs to support the community of all forms and be inclusive and welcoming and allow people with disabilities to feel they have a safe space in this community. So this way people can realize that this is what life is like. You know, disabled people have feelings, and this is one way they can showcase them and give their own perspective and really come together for sharing of ideas and building a stronger, inclusive community. And also the way to do that is really by providing access, and that's where I leave it.
Well, thank you again, Chris, for joining us today. Thank you for all of you for tuning into this. And again, donate right now. Don't wait. Again, text the number at the bottom of the screen or call 608-241-2131. Or you can donate online at artsforallwi.org/telethon. Whatever's easiest and best for you. Just make sure you do it right now so that your donation gets doubled. And again, from me at the Feeling Through Experience and Chris at the Helen Keller National Center, you know, we're really thrilled to be a part of Arts for All Wisconsin's first telethon, and you know, hope to continue to connect with you in the future. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye.
For spending that time with us and sharing these beautiful, beautiful thoughts. The Feeling Through Experience is such a fine piece of filmmaking and storytelling, and we feel so very, very fortunate to be able to feature this in our first annual telethon.
Absolutely, it's just a beautiful film, and what great surrounding work to the documentary and the questions with Chris and Doug. Really fantastic stuff. Yeah. Yes. So thank you to everybody who donated during the Feeling Through Hour.
Yes, thank you. And also thank you again to Ultratech, to Wisconsin Film Festival, and also to WPR and ISMIS for helping to promote this event so that people could experience this.
And Ultratech specifically for sponsoring the Feeling Through Experience and making it possible to bring this film and documentary and everything this hour to you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we want to thank everyone. We're not done yet. We're not rolling credits or anything.
Nope.
But we do want to take a moment to thank everyone who provided content today for today's telethon. And due to some technical difficulties and some timing, it made it impossible for us to show some of the content that was submitted. So we do want to say a special thank you to Tony Barba, to Ali B. Gorey, to Miranda Garreau, and Andrew Gall and Karen Sari for doing everything you could to be part of today's experience.
Yeah, and also I should say thank you to the staff members and some board of directors who also submitted some content. Sorry, I was doing my strobe light effect there. And didn't make it into the telethon. I mean, it's like, what do I have to work here to get in the telethon? Nope, that doesn't do it.
No, because we
work here.
Right. But I guess it was very wise of you, Mike, to name this event the first annual Arts for All telethon, because we already have content in the can for next year.
Wise or audacious? One of those. Maybe a little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Mm-hmm. I would expect nothing less.
What else we got?
I think that we are, I think we're going to continue with another testimonial and some music.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is Fred still, just for people who don't know, I am not physically in the same space as Fred and Christina and Jill. I'm doing this from my home, my fancy home studio. So is Fred still with us?
Fred is still with us, but Fred is not in the Hanson studio working on his fantastic
it was so
drawings.
much fun to have him and watch his.
I know, but he did come out, and he wasn't aware of the fact that I was here on site. We are so beautifully social distancing that Fred didn't even know that I was on site. So he did come and say goodbye and said that it really meant a lot to him to be part of today's event. Oh, Fred is still there.
I knew it. Fred's always still. That's the thing about Fred.
Oh, he's having pizza. See, yep. Deborah thought to feed us.
That's awesome.
She's so kind.
It was so good to see Fred. I've missed his visits and stuff. So it was nice to see him and talk to him again.
Mike is talking about you. You can come in. You can come in. Come on in. Let's
right after you bragged about how socially distanced you
down.
I've been off the clock for an hour, dude.
All right. What
do you need?
We were just singing your praises.
I just wanted to say thanks for being here, man. And
yeah.
I've missed seeing you and talking to you. So it was a pleasure to sort of have you around to chat with.
Absolutely. I'm just honored to be here. It was really an enjoyable experience. And it's great seeing you too, even if we're talking like astronauts.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah. So it was a pleasure.
All right. Thanks, Fred.
Take care of yourself.
You too, man.
Not in the frame here.
What's that?
You want to come
That's
down
all
in the
right.
frame and wave goodbye?
Oh.
Fred.
All right, get out of here.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gone. Sell those pieces.
Yes.
All right.
We want to sell these pieces. Available online for sale.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
All right. So now
improv. Yes. Now back to the schedule.
Yeah, we're still just like 30 seconds ahead of schedule. So I'm going to steal that time to remind people that they can, like it says on their screen, donate by texting to Arts for All. By texting to 44321, the word Arts for All, the number 4, or going online to our website at artsforallwi.org and donating there, or making a call and talking to our art director, Deborah, at 608-241-2131. And now we are 13 seconds behind schedule. So without further ado, what's coming up next? Oh, the bellwether.
Yes. We're going to first hear from actor Timothy Simons and Annie Simons, dear friends.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, shout out to Eric Cox, who works at RCS Empowers in Sheboygan. And he has a band called the Bellwether. And so you'll see them play a song for us too. Thanks, Eric and Bellwether.
Hi, I'm Timothy Simons and I'm an actor.
And I'm Annie Simons and I'm a theater educator.
And we are very happy to be here to support Arts for All Wisconsin in their first annual telethon.
We think it's really important that everyone has access to the arts, and Arts for All Wisconsin is a statewide nonprofit with the mission to support and work with people with disabilities through the arts. Your donation now will help Arts for All in this work and continue providing programs during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic.
And there are lots of ways that you can help. You can text a donation to the number on the screen, or you can call to donate at 608-241-2131. Thanks again for being here and helping us support Arts for All Wisconsin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to the Arts for All Telethon. We are the Bellwether, and we are really, really thrilled to be a part of this. This is Tom, Marissa, Thea, my name's Eric, and we're really, really proud to be a part of this organization and a part of this telethon. Also want to give a big shout out to American Family Insurance for being a primary sponsor. We definitely couldn't do it without sponsors chipping in and making sure that the arts are accessible to everyone. I have something to share here that I actually received in an Arts for All email a while back, and I've been holding on to it because I thought it was so striking and definitely worth sharing. So this is from their correspondence, and this is I think a mission statement or a statement of purpose that they have that really inspired me and made me want to reach out and be a part of this. They wrote, "The arts are a universal and essential language that challenge people to respond to the world, look beyond themselves, and celebrate diversity by building bridges between people, across cultures, and through generations." And I can't imagine a more poignant thing to put out there into the world and to just to let everyone know what they stand for and to give this opportunity to everyone, regardless of ability or status or funding or yeah, they bring this to people and allow people to express themselves in this way. So we're really, really thrilled to be a part of this. We're going to play a song today called Fire, and this is our expression for that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Changed in time, but in time we lost the fire. Sometime we lost the fire. My parents sold my childhood home when I was 29 years old. When I close my eyes and see that place, but years they pass and memories fade. Oh, they flicker like the fire. Yes, they flicker like the fire. These moments lost in time, they flicker like the fire. Oh, we breathe and burn and change. Oh, but in time, our time remains. And like the hungry hero lost in the storm, we are taken without fall, without warning. Last night I drove to my hometown, down old familiar roads. Could smell the green of fresh cut hay, the harvest moon hung low. When I found the tree where I carved your name, where I swore I loved you so. Someday I swear I'll cut it down. Someday I swear I'll let you go, and I'll sit and watch the fire. So I'll sit and watch the fire. These moments lost in time. So I'll sit and watch the fire.
Thanks so much for tuning in. Please go to www.artsforallwisconsin.org/telethon and make a donation. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Wow.
that was delightful. Exactly what we needed to hear right now.
Yeah,
Mm.
absolutely.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you again to ISMUS for promoting this event and for all of the good works that that ISMUS does for our community. Fantastic arts coverage, dining, restaurant coverage, and news, and a lot of community news and national news, of course, too. But I think that ISMUS does a fantastic job representing our community and all of the many, many different things that are happening at any given moment.
Absolutely. And they're a nonprofit now too. Just
yes.
like
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Welcome.
That's right.
Right.
So what do we got coming up next? Anybody know?
Sylvie is coming up. Yes, we have. Oh,
VO5.
VO5. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped down.
VO5. Well,
cannot miss VO5.
Now is the time that if you're sitting down,
yes,
you need to stand up and get ready.
To shake your booty.
To shake your
right?
booty.
Yeah.
Or shake your whatever you got in your chair too. You can do that.
That's right. That's right.
I probably won't stand up.
I think I need to. I need a stretch.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kat Capillero.
And I'm Andrew Roan.
We're from VO5, Madison's favorite dance band. We are so happy to be here to support Arts for All Wisconsin for their first annual telethon.
Arts for All Wisconsin is a statewide nonprofit with the mission to support people with disabilities through the arts. Your donation now will help Arts for All in this work to continue providing programs during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic.
There are lots of ways you can help. You can text a donation to the number on the screen or call to donate at 608-241-2131 now. You can also donate online at artsforallwi.org/telethon.
We hope you enjoy this video of VO5 performing a few original tunes at the North Street Cabaret. Greg White was on camera and Andy LaValle was on sound.
Please share this event with your friends and family so everybody can help out Arts for All Wisconsin.
I just want to say that it's good to be on the internet.
We miss you, Shrap. Doesn't take much to make me happy and make me smile with me. Never, never will I feel discouraged. 'Cause our love's no mystery. Demonstrating love and affection that you give so openly. Yeah. I like the way you make me feel.
your slack is paused.
Katie.
Thank you.
Katie Cass.
I hope you're watching, Mommy.
And that family band rocks, that Cass family band.
Our Cass family band, my mom on bass and my brother on guitar.
Awesome.
We're killing it in my backyard.
Yeah.
We're just crushing it.
Here's another original for you.
Hi, Dan.
This is real and I can feel it. This is real and I can feel it. I am alive and I have arrived and I can feel it. This is real and I can feel it. This is real and I can feel it. I am alive and I have arrived and I can feel it. When I'm lost in illusion, I don't know what to feel. When I'm lost in confusion, I don't know what to feel. Breathing it, breathing it, breathing it, breathing it. Ooh, ooh, This is real and I can feel it. This is real and I can feel it. I am alive and I have arrived and I can feel it. I'm known here, I was born here, flesh and bone here. I am known here. When I'm lost in illusion, I don't know what is real. When I'm lost in confusion, I don't know what I feel. Breathing it, breathing it. Don't need to believe in it. Breathing it, don't need to believe in it. Breathing it, don't need to believe in it. Breathing it.
Oh, Mike.
What?
We're on. It's us now. It's us now. Hi. Welcome back to the Arts for All Telethon. First annual telethon at that.
And look at the board.
Oh my gosh. I can't even.
Thank you so much, everybody who is donating. We're up over $7,500 plus offline donations of about $500 on top of that. So really, we're about $8,000, and we've got about an hour and a half left of telethon.
Share it with your friends. Share it with
that goal.
So close-ish.
And everybody who's watching can help us do that by sharing what's left of the telethon. We still have some great stuff coming up. We've got Freedy Johnston. We've got content from Brian Ritchie of the Violent Femmes.
From Tasmania, even.
Huh?
From Tasmania.
All the way from Tasmania.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
What else am I forgetting? Am I forgetting somebody?
Oh, we have a beautiful, beautiful song. Oh.
Love, too.
All right.
Aerial dance.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
Aerial dance from Lovejoy Seaman of
oh my goodness.
Cycropia. She's and it's really cool, of course.
Yeah.
It's cooler in person, but it's nice to watch on the screen too.
Yes, it is. Yes.
And we just got another donation pop in as we were talking too. So thank you.
Oh my gosh. Christopher, thank you. And I think I could go for a little more music.
I could too. Maybe a different kind though.
Maybe let's bring it down. Let's bring
it down.
Yeah.
Bring it down.
Yeah. All right.
Don't forget, before we go to that, is this the Sylvie Lou?
This is Sylvie Lou.
So before we hear from her, again, you can see on your screen, text Arts for All, the number 4 in there between Arts and All to 44321, or go online to artsforallwi.org and donate there. And I know I just have this feeling that Deborah wants to talk to you.
Yes.
608-241-2131, and you can talk to her.
Yeah.
That's all I got. That's all I got. Sylvie Lou.
Sylvie Lou.
Hi, I'm Sylvie Lou, and I'm very excited to be here participating in the Arts for All Telethon. This is their first annual telethon, and I think it's a very great thing that they're doing. I believe that art education is something that everyone should have access to, regardless of their background or ability. Art has done amazing things for me in my life. It's been a great outlet for my feelings and has helped me to process many emotions, good or bad. And I just really believe that everyone should have a chance to experience that as well. Right. This song is called Refill. Dopamine refill. I got a couple new handfuls right as you ripped off the handle. Now it's not so much to manage. Got a big duffel stocked full with puzzles I answered. Nothing begs immediate focus. Zipped up and emptied the storage. Aside from what I used to know, with the spill comes a fresh approach, and the fill-up is never old, and the fill-up is sometimes cold. I'm used to the fold. I can't say I'm made of gold. I can't say I'm made of gold. Run to the bus so I'm gonna do the next song. This song is called Mars. If Mars had red water, I'd drink it, I'm sure. It go down easy like when I learned to swallow pills, and turned out I just had to close my eyes, and I thought I couldn't the whole time. Before I was born, I bet my mom felt the one. 4 or 5 occasions, I wonder what their names are. And I bet she thinks of them too, maybe not all the time, like I wonder you. Who goes to Mars? Could it be me? Do they have water there? I don't remember. I only have read the news anyways. Who goes to Mars? Could it be me? Do they have water there? I don't remember. I only have read the news anyways. Before I talk to you, I write it down. I can't look again like that. I saw ice law with you 4 times. That's a lot of hot water. Ooh, I wish it was right. That's how I feel now. It's not that I wish I was dead. I wish I was on a cloud. Who goes to Mars? Could it be me? Do they have water there? I don't remember. I only have read the news anyways. Who goes to Mars? Could it be me? Do they have water there? I don't remember. I only have read the news anyways. Thank you. You can cut that part out. Okay, and then I'm gonna do this song called Winner off of my EP that I just released. Molars filled with silver help me finish all my dinner. Now I think I'm a winner, but I don't know if I could stomach one more week of how I feel here. I hope my pores open up so I can make room for more night. Yes, I can see the street light, but my apartment's beneath the sky. Tape stays on the wall for months after you take down all my streamers. And I can't believe you remember my birthday. I never forget it either. At this rate, I'll keep sleeping Tuesday all wrapped up in my bedsheet. Last night I cried in public, invisible. I'm turning heads away, easy. I hope my pores open up so I can make room for more night. Yes, I can see the street light, but my apartment's beneath the sky. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Sylvie Lou. Mike, it's not only the beautiful songwriting and singing, but there is something so touching about the way that Sylvie Lou just seems to she exudes joy in singing. And oh, that was so fun. It reminds me of our choirs. And what I know we've both witnessed during performances, just the utter joy of sharing music with friends and with the community.
I think watching our choirs perform has been one of my favorite things, and another thing that I miss during these times. I remember the first time I went to hear our Madison choir sing at the Chazen Museum of Art, really shortly after I started with Arts for All Wisconsin, back when we were still VSA Wisconsin.
Right.
And it was so moving, but for all the right reasons. Like you said, it was the authenticity, but also just the joy, and as somebody who spent a career in the performing arts and as an artist myself, being able to witness somebody making music and art and really just coming from a place of pure joy is just something that's, indescribable and irreplaceable.
That was one of the things that struck me through the pandemic, seeing the different people online, like on social media, just making a habit of doing a live stream, you know, whether they're sitting on their sofa or our own Jim Turk's 12 o'clock shakedown that he does religiously every single day. We know he will be there encouraging us to move and however we can. And he always plays the greatest 70s throwback or 70s, 80s throwback songs to jam out to. But I also saw that through a former classmate of mine, Tanner Legaska. Every day he would come onto Facebook twice a day and sing for his supper, he called it. And he did show tunes. And especially right in the beginning, when things went quiet for a while, it was really great to count on Tanner's entertainment through those days. And we are lucky enough to have a sample of just one of the many show tunes that he shares online. And I'm really glad he could join us today.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, this is Tanner Legaska from Raleigh, North Carolina. I am the creative director and founder of Actors Training Ground. We've been training actors here since 2015, and currently all of our classes are online due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, that just means that anyone from anywhere can take our classes. So check out what we're offering in our new session beginning January 17th by visiting actorstrainingground.com. I also want to take this time to thank everyone involved for Arts for All Wisconsin for inviting me to be part of the first annual telethon. I'm excited about it and very honored and feel privileged. You know, Arts for All Wisconsin is a nonprofit organization that helps and supports those individuals with disabilities through the arts. And your contribution, no matter how big or small, will help these programs continue now and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. I also want to take this time to thank Disney for allowing me and giving me permission to sing this next song for the telethon. This is A Cover's on a Book from Mary Poppins Returns. Uncle Gutenberg was a bookworm, and he lived on Charing Cross. The memory of his volume brings a smile. He would read me lots of stories, and he wasn't on the sauce. Now I'd like to share the wisdom of my favorite bibliophile. He said, cover is not the book, so open it up and take a look, 'cause under the covers one discovers that the king may be a crook. Chapter titles are like signs, and if you read between the lines, you'll find your first impression was mistook. For a cover is nice, but a cover is not the book.
Mary Poppins, could you give us an example?
Oh, certainly. Nellie Rubina was made of wood, but what could not be seen, though her trunk up top was barren, though her roots were lush and green. So in the spring, when Mr. Hickory saw her blossoms blooming there, he took root despite her bark, and now there's seedlings everywhere, which proves a cover is not the book, so open it up and take a look, 'cause under the covers one discovers that the king may be a crook. Chapter titles are like signs, and if you read between the lines, you'll find your first impression was mistook. For a cover is nice, but a cover is not the book. Should we do the one about the wealthy widow?
Oh, by all means.
I always love that one.
Well, go on then.
Lady Hyacinth Macaw brought all her treasures to a reef where she only wore a smile, plus 2 feathers and a leaf. So no one tried to rob her 'cause she barely wore a stitch. But when you're in your birthday suit, there ain't much there to show you're rich. Oh, a cover is not the book, so open it up and take a look, 'cause under the covers one discovers that the king may be a crook. Taroo-ra-lee, taroo-ra-la, taroo-ra-lee, ta-ra-ta-ta. To find your first impression was mistook. For a cover is nice, but a cover is not the book.
Oh, give us the one about the dirty rascal, why don't you?
Isn't that one a bit long?
Well, the quicker you're into it, the quicker you're out of it.
Once upon a time, in a nursery rhyme, there was a castle with a king, hiding in a wing. Because he never went to school to learn a single thing. He had scepters and a swords and a parliament of lords, but on the inside he was sad, egad! Because he never had a wisdom for numbers, a wisdom for words, though his crown was quite immense and was smaller than the birds. So the queen of the nation made a royal proclamation to the misses and the missers, the more or lessers, screaming out the land's professors, and then she went to the hairdressers. And they came from the east and they came from the south. From his college they poured knowledge from their brains into his mouth. But the king couldn't learn, so each professor met their fate. For the queen had their heads removed and placed upon a gate. And on that date, I think the wives all got a note that their mate was not a late break. And then suddenly one day a stranger started in to sing. He said, I'm the dirty rascal and I'm here to teach the king. And the queen clutched her jewels, for she hated royal fools. But the school has some rules that really up the school. Like you'll be a happy king if you enjoy the things you got. You should never try to be the kind of person that you're not. So they sang and they laughed, for the king had found a friend. And they ran on to the rainbow for the story's perfect end. So the moral is you mustn't let the outside be the guide, or else the cut and dry. Unless you're Dr. Jekyll, then you better hide. Woo, petrified. Because the truth can't be denied, as I now have testified, all that really counts and matters is that special stuff inside. Oh, the cover is not the book, so open it up and take a look. Cause under the cover is one the sorrow that the king may be a crook. So please listen to what I've said and open a book tonight in bed. So one more time before I get the hook, sing it out strong. A cover is wrong. Please take my advice. A cover is wrong. Or you'll pay the price. A cover is right, but a cover is not the book. Thank you, everyone. I want to say best of luck to you, Arts for All Wisconsin. I hope you can make a lot of money through this and use these donations to help all those people who do not have the ability to enjoy arts otherwise. Please, everyone, if you can, make a donation. It doesn't matter how big or how small. Until then, no matter what your passion is, explore the possibilities. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Tanner. And thank you for that reminder that a cover is not a book and we should not prejudge. Right. So, Mike, I would like for you to take me down memory lane and remind me of how all of this came about.
Which part? The telethon?
Yeah. What in the world? VSA, Arts for All. We never did a telethon before. No. We're not replacing an event or anything like that. So why?
Oh, that's a great question. I think that, it's the times we're living in, right? We had to do something.
No, that was your cue to say. This summer I said we need to do something, and then you said, I want to do a telethon, and then. So how did this all come about, Mike?
Oh, was it your great idea? Is that what it was?
No, it was your idea.
Oh.
It was your idea.
We came up with it together.
I think so. And then, but I remember that moment when we said, yeah, let's do a telethon. And the first thing we talked about was, how do we get in touch with the violent femmes? Very first thing. And I went on Facebook and said, hey, anybody out there know anybody from the femmes? And of course, the Violent Femmes are a very successful band from Wisconsin, or from Milwaukee area.
Milwaukee, yeah.
Yeah. So a friend of mine from high school messaged me and said, yeah, why? What do you need? And from that moment this summer, I think it was in August, we have had a very interesting journey with Brian Ritchie, the bassist of the Violent Femmes. And I can't wait to share what he sent us from Tasmania.
Yep.
So very different from anything I think that we were expecting.
Yeah, but so cool. And also I think the thing that was so great about it is how on mission and connected to the work that we do it is, because we were surprised but also really pleased to learn that he all the way in Tasmania works with people with disabilities through the arts.
You're right.
Just like we do, music and movement. And he works with an organization there called, I believe it's called Second Echo Ensemble, which is a dance company. And so he collaborated with them to create this amazing piece.
Right. And that bit of communication and relationship building, I think, is such a great example of the opportunities that arise through the arts, and something that we enjoy so much at Arts for All. So thank you, Robert Farley, for the introduction, and thank you, Brian Ritchie, for the contribution.
Absolutely. Are we going to the Brian Ritchie thing now?
I'm ready.
All right.
Jill? Let's do it.
Hi, I'm Brian Ritchie from Violent Femmes. I'm very pleased to be performing as part of the Arts for All Wisconsin first annual telethon. Arts for All Wisconsin is a statewide nonprofit with the mission to support and work with people with disabilities through the arts. Your donation now will help Arts for All in this work and continue providing programs during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. There are lots of ways to help. You can text a donation to the number on the screen or call to donate at 608-241-2131 now. You can also donate online. Sharing this event with friends and family would help Arts for All out as well. Special thanks to ISMIS for their support of this event. Thank you very much.
That
So cool.
blew my mind. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my. And we want to thank Charlie Smith. He was the featured dancer doing the improvisational dance, and Luke Campbell. He was on bells. They are both members of Second Echo Ensemble. And also musician Warren Mason. He played sticks, and Brian Ritchie.
What did he play, Christina? What was that? What he was playing?
And wind instruments.
Yeah, it's not a name that we didn't know how to pronounce.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. What a treat that was. And this piece was recorded especially for Arts for All Wisconsin at Tin Camp Studio at the Longhouse in Hobart, Tasmania, Australia. An international telethon event.
All the way from Milwaukee, hometown boy, all the way to Tasmania.
No, it was very generous of Brian Ritchie to indulge us in the request for something, and then to so creatively and generously provide us with content that just wow.
Yeah, and I just wanted to take a second to say that we've been loving all of your comments and words of encouragement and support on the YouTube live stream. So thank you very much, everybody, for that. And also, just so you know, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. We do put a lot of, especially in the last several months, content into YouTube for you to watch. And all of our other social media channels. We're on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and you can find links to all of those on our webpage at artsforallwi.org. And there's some other things I think we want to talk about.
Yeah.
We maybe haven't hit on.
No, I don't. I think that we have overlooked something that you will find when you go to our website. All of our programs went virtual, like everyone else in the world over the last 6 months. But the classes that we would normally teach on site here in Madison or in classrooms throughout the state are now virtual. And it's really, really easy to sign up. And our choirs now too, that normally would just have be available to community members within each choir community. Now, barriers and borders have disappeared.
Right.
And it's really a delight to see so many people from so many different places throughout Wisconsin and beyond taking our classes and joining our choirs and becoming members.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I also want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Associated Bank and American Family Insurance, for supporting this telethon and making it possible for us to do this hours-long event. Because so much of the work we do, including the work that Christina was just talking about, one of the major hurdles for us in creating virtual programming is to make sure that we're making that program as accessible and as inclusive as we can. And that requires resources to do. It required purchasing a lot of new equipment and a lot of other things. Some of what you're seeing here tonight, it takes a lot of time and effort and people to make virtual programming and events accessible. And so Associated Bank and American Family Insurance and our other sponsors have made that possible, along with many generous donors tonight. Our donor board has gone up a little bit in the last 5, 10, 15 minutes. So thank you, Christopher and David and Jeffrey and Kathleen for making your donations. Yeah, what's next?
I think it's time to go to the backyard again.
Ah, yes, the backyard.
Yes.
I'm Jonathan Solari. I'm the CEO of Madison Ballet.
What is your favorite Wisconsin art story?
It's not a story, but it's a perspective that I heard recently where the way that our society values arts dictates so much about the way we value each other, not only because of the shared human experience, the stories that are told, but to have something created in front of you, or to have the work of someone who's crafted something that you're now witnessing, that direct kind of consumer audience to artist maker relationship is so valuable, and the way that we value that says so much about us.
What do the arts mean to you?
For me, the arts are a catalyst for change, for strengthening community, for building relationships, for understanding each other. It's a tool that we have to flex our muscles for empathy. It's everything. It's the way that we reflect on our reality. And it's full of joy. Whether or not you're experiencing a story that's a tragedy or a comedy or somewhere in between, the ability to feel alive and to be transported to someone else's vision of the world, that's beautiful. That's what art is.
Why do the arts matter?
I think in order to convince someone that arts matters, you need to present them with art. They know it, they've experienced it. They just need to reflect on how many ways arts have touched their lives. There's nobody who's seeing this, there's nobody who lives in this state who has not been impacted in one way or another by art.
What does access and inclusion mean to you?
Inclusion and accessibility are everything with the arts, and any barrier that prevents an audience member or a creator, an artist, from creating or participating needs to be removed. And that's the work of a community, right? So there are barriers in terms of prejudices of people with differing abilities. There's certainly implicit biases of who is capable of telling what stories. And there's also economic barriers that need to be removed.
What can you tell me about the intersection of art and disability?
When thinking about the intersection of art and disability, I think about a visualization, right? It's an actual intersection of the way that we connect. You think about an audience and an art, a piece of art, having a line drawn between it. And I think, unfortunately, people with disabilities are overlooked. And that is why an organization like Arts for All Wisconsin is so essential to the health of our state, because they fill those holes, make us whole in the process.
Why is arts education so important?
Arts education is education through a means by which students want to engage. The things that you learn in a dance class or in a visual arts class or in a theater class by collaborating with other people, there's so many vital lessons that get learned in there that is beyond the product that you're creating or the art that is made there.
What is a meaningful art experience you have had?
I've had so many meaningful experiences in theaters around the country, around the world, creating work, witnessing beautiful work, learning from it. The story that I want to tell, though, is about the collaboration between Madison Ballet and Arts for All Wisconsin. And this past winter, a production of The Nutcracker that we've put on historically for nearly 40 years now. Arts for All Wisconsin allowed us to open up our doors for an invited dress rehearsal for families who had members with differing abilities who wouldn't be able to attend the performance otherwise. We created a safe space for them to be able to experience this work and respond audibly with joy. It was a beautiful evening, and one of the families who attended said, we hadn't been able to come to a show in 14 years. We were afraid we didn't feel that there was a space that was created for us. And I think about how empty life has been the last 7 months without performance, without the ability to come together, and to multiply that, to extend this time of COVID, of not being able to witness a production over 14 years. And to think that Arts for All Wisconsin found a way to that family and said, we're here for you, and you're welcome here, and this space is safe for you. That's the kind of work that needs to be done everywhere.
When you think about Arts for All Wisconsin, what do you think about?
I knew that I wanted to do something in my role at Madison Ballet for this community, but I didn't know where to start. So I reached out to Arts for All Wisconsin and I said, I don't understand the barriers. I know they're there, but I can't name them. So help me name them so that we can remove them. They were so helpful in creating an understanding for us, and also collaborating truly to figure out what we could do together to remove economic barriers, recognizing the economic barriers, and saying the cost of raising a child, the lost income of raising a child, potentially in some instances, those create financial barriers where we might say we're going to go see a movie, we're going to go see a play, that might not be on the table for some of these families. To understand what tools we could provide families. I wasn't aware of those tools before speaking with Arts for All Wisconsin. And also just being able to know the community, to be able to find the audience and say, we're specifically creating space here if you're interested. And we can send out a press release, we can do a news story, but to actually have relationships and have worked to build those relationships so that there's really an arm being stretched out instead of a press release being sent. That was invaluable. That's how you make connections, meaningful ones. Arts for All Wisconsin is meaningful leadership in empathy and creating opportunities. The most caring, brilliant collaborators in another organization that I've had the pleasure of working with. They open doors for organizations like ours to be better and learn. And they open doors for people all over to experience art in whatever meaningful way is appropriate and exciting to them. It's beautiful work and it's important work.
What is your hope for the future of arts in America?
I have so many hopes for the future. The institutions and the individuals who recognize our value as arts organizations and artists will step in a time of need and say, this is work worth investing in. Because as we've seen in this last year, our lives are not as full, and we're not as equipped as we should be to have difficult conversations. And I believe that's because we don't engage with the arts as regularly as we used to. So my hope is that we can make it through, that we can be sustainable on the other side of this moment, however long it lasts, and that we can thrive, and that there'll be a greater appreciation for the work once we do make it through. Investment is a donation and it's advocacy. people need to, if they're able to, support the organizations that they love. I mean, I got an email this morning of someone who gave $10.34. It was the best thing. It was more meaningful than some grants that we received for thousands of dollars, because it was somebody who just said, this is what I've got. And it's a weird number, but this is what I can do right now. And it made my day. It's giving us the momentum to keep going forward.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. It was such a pleasure to collaborate with you on the Arts Access project. We can't wait until you are back in theaters again and we can resume our work together. Thank you for everything you said and shared with us.
Yeah, Jonathan's great. We had 2 really great conversations recently because when I interviewed him the first time, the camera didn't work very well. And both Jonathan and I both were like, hey, that's great. You get to come out and we get to hang out and have great conversation again. And so we did. And he's a great supporter and he's been a great collaborator for sure.
Yeah. And such a valuable reminder that access means so much more than just doors that open automatically or ramps or wider aisles. We really appreciate that that you pointed out all of the different ways that we can work together and do better, so that so everyone in our community can experience the arts.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, thank you.
And speaking of experiencing the arts,
yes,
we did want to talk a little bit about Call for Art this coming year. Because of the virtual situation last year, we did sort of a hybrid model of Call for Art, and the exhibition and the awards ceremony was all online. And this year we've decided that it will be completely virtual. And because of that, the beginning of the submissions have been pushed back a little bit, but starting a week from today, is that right, Christina?
A week from today,
we will be opening up entries for our 2021 Call for Art.
Yes.
And so look for more information about that. Go ahead, Christina. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. We're like one mind right now.
Totally.
It's crazy. Oh my gosh. That's great. Yeah. So check back on our website. And of course, you can bookmark the website when you go to it.
Down there on the bottom of the
screen.
It's
right down there. Okay.
Yep.
Great. So when you go to the website to make your donation today, bookmark it. So easy. And then next week you'll be like, I have that right there in my computer.
Is that how bookmarks work?
I think so. Something like that. I also want to say thank you to WPR and to Isthmus again for their support, their promotional support, their moral support of these efforts.
Yeah, and thank you to John. We just got another donation that popped on, I noticed on the donor.
That's wonderful. Thanks, John. Oh, and earlier I saw Eric Selgi. He donated. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Yeah. So let's see, what time are we at here? What do we got going on? We got 7:21. I think we need to talk about more things. They want to hear about more things, I think.
Okay, dokes. Let's talk about more things.
We are ahead of schedule.
Isn't that weird? Well, we had some missing content. And again, like very sad that we were unable to share some of that important work.
Yeah, I just got a message from one of our task force members, telethon task force members, and she said that you and I, Christina, should get our own show. So at least one person
Well, how about that? Oh,
enjoying our banter.
Oh my goodness. Yes. In our spare time, we'll get right on that.
Show on public access television.
Right. Oh, that's great. So what else can we talk about?
Well, we did talk a little bit about virtual classes.
Ooh, ooh.
Sometimes my camera likes to be a strobe light.
Mm-hmm.
And the choirs. And
yeah.
Do we have information about, was there a graphic for that to let people know where they can register for any of those programs as they come up? Because if there is, we probably should show that too, so people can bookmark that. I don't know. I'm doing the best I can here.
Yeah.
Um,
and one wonderful thing about that I've heard feedback from Jill and from our teaching artists is that even the classes that have very, very low enrollment, normally we would have a cap, of certain number of enrollment or enrollees, students, participants, in order to continue a class, because there are resources, it's teachers' pay and materials and all kinds of things that go into teaching classes. So normally we would say, nope, if there weren't enough people, we're not going to hold that class. We've loosened all of that up a bit in response to these very unusual circumstances that we're all dealing with. And I'm so very glad that we have, because even in the classes that only have 1 or 2, 3, 4 people, the feedback that we are getting from participants, from their families and caregivers, is that this vital connection has been restored. And it is so, so important. I mean, Mike, we know that for some of the participants who would be coming to our Madison studio, that often we would hear that this was the only outing that they had outside of like doctor's appointments and things like that. Right. And we witnessed those connections when we were all together, and we could really feel the energy every single day in this art center. So we're missing that, but, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to remember to say something. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I'll remind you, though I don't know what it is. So what we're hearing is that even through screens and this, digital realities, that they are connecting with one another. Our teaching artists are so happy to see some familiar faces, and lots of new faces too.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
what did you have to say, Mike?
Well, I'll say that, but I wanted to say too, from what you were saying, I think that there's always a silver lining. And I think the silver lining of our virtual programs is that, I've looked at maps of where people are signing up for classes and where people are signing up for virtual choir. And it's, like you said earlier, taken down barriers, geographic barriers for people who maybe wouldn't otherwise be participating in certain things because they were too far away from it, whether that was a class or a choir. And so that's been really nice to see that geographic spread for other programs besides what it was before, like our Call for Art or artist residencies or something like that. But the thing that I wanted to say was that Deborah, our art director, reminded me to mention, I think she noticed that we were filling time. And she said, don't forget, art for sale online, open and available 24/7.
Oh my gosh.
For holiday shopping.
Skip that Amazon late night scroll, right?
Right.
Because Arts for All Wisconsin.
Yeah. I mean, original art. We're talking about original art. We're not talking about buying prints necessarily. I mean, you can do that too with us, but we have,
one of a kind
pieces of art currently online for sale, ready for you to get and give to your favorite person so they can put it on their wall. And myself and Christina and Deborah and other board members, we're running out of wall space.
We really are.
We need, and we love it, but we only have so many walls.
Right.
So so there's plenty for you. And also, she wanted me to remind you that we've got currently 3 virtual exhibitions online right now. We have our veterans exhibit, which is called Creative Forces, Veterans Branch Out, which just opened about a week ago. There is a kind of new exhibit for us, new kind of exhibit for us called Teaching an Artist, celebrating 35 years of AFA teaching artists. So this is an exhibition not of participants' work or people in our programming, but of the teaching artists. So it's a lot of really fantastic work. It's not all for sale, but it's great. And then
may I also say, not only, one of the things that I really, really love about that exhibition is the information, the narrative that accompanies each artist's work.
Yeah.
It's such a great opportunity to get to know their perspective, their motivations, and how working with Arts for All and formerly VSA Wisconsin informed their own practice.
Right. And some of the teaching artists, they're not teaching with us anymore, but going back, I think, to the 90s, I think there's a teaching artist that taught with VSA, or maybe it was even Very Special Arts at the time, way back when. And then the third virtual exhibition I want to be sure to mention is, if you were with us earlier and you watched the Jerome Glenn artist profile, we have a solo virtual show of his called Opposed Moment, The Art of Jerome Glenn. And he's such a cool guy, and his art is so cool. So please check those out. You can get to all of them on our website. And
Which
you know what else you can do on our website?
Earlier, right?
You know what else you can do?
I'm sorry, what?
You could donate.
You can donate.
Right on the website.
Right there.
You can also donate by texting Arts for All. That's right. Arts, the number 4, all.
Right.
To 44321. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, that's my time, Phil. I got nothing else.
Okay. How are we doing, Jill? Oh, we're going to see one of our favorite actors and theater educators say a little something about Arts for All and their commitment to arts education.
And then Freddie Johnston.
Woo! A new song by Freddie Johnston.
That's right.
Hi, I'm Timothy Simons, and I'm an actor.
And I'm Annie Simons, and I'm a theater educator.
And we are very happy to be here to support Arts for All Wisconsin in their first annual telethon.
We think it's really important that everyone has access to the arts, and Arts for All Wisconsin is a statewide nonprofit with the mission to support and work with people with disabilities through the arts. Your donation now will help Arts for All in this work and continue providing programs during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic.
And there are lots of ways that you can help. You can text a donation to the number on the screen, or you can call to donate at 608-241-2131. Thanks again for being here and helping us support Arts for All Wisconsin.
Hello, my Wisconsin friends. It's your old pal, Freddie Johnston. Thank you for supporting Arts for All Wisconsin. It's a very beautiful and noble cause, bringing arts to people who need it most in your fair state. Creativity and the imagination, it's what we are, right? And it will heal us and bring us together. Anyway, Thank you again for watching the telethon. I'll do my part by playing a song here called That's Life. And hope to see you down the road, and hope that you wear your mask. Well, there's a moment when you're born, and there's a moment when you're not here anymore. Between there are shadows and bright sunshine. Hey, that's a life. Before you know it, you'll be on your own, thrown into it, out there looking for a home. You'll find somebody you can hold at night. Hey, that's alright, and later on, when work is done, you'll carry on, and you'll have some fun. But you better not pout, and you better not cry when you find out the ticket only works one time. I've been through it, has your Uncle Fred, but it's way past time for you kids to be in bed. I better hear nothing when I shut off this light. Hey, that's a life. That's a life. That's a life. By the way, study for your test and don't give in, and always do your best. The heart will wander and you won't know why, but you'll feel a lot better when you have a good cry. Now I know it, we're out here having fun, and you can too when you're day has come. Until then, I am shutting off this light. That's a life. That's a life. That's a life.
That was so beautiful. And also, we said that it was a new song, but that was actually an unreleased new song by Freddie Johnston. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
It's amazing.
That was so beautiful. And Mike, are you speechless?
I am, totally.
Oh, that's really something. Can we hear that one more time? Okay. I'm just kidding.
Take two, Mike. Take two. I'm running on fumes, people. I'm running on fumes.
Yeah. Also, during that beautiful song, it reminds me of a lullaby. We received a 5,000 or 5,000. Sorry, overshot. $500 anonymous donation. It's so beautiful, really beautiful. Yeah. It's very touching. Thank you.
Yeah,
to whomever.
And thank you also to David, because even
oh my gosh,
the smaller donations make a big difference, because they do add up. And if you have a lot of people making small donations, that makes a big difference. So thank you, David.
Yeah. Mike, do you remember I think it was during the end of year giving last year, that we received an envelope
Yeah.
in the mail with, was it $7?
Four.
It was $4.
Yeah.
That was so touching. Really a meaningful, generous gift.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Those small gifts can make a big difference for sure.
Yes. So thank you. I see in the lineup that that we're going to hear from Tony Award-winning and nominee.
That's right.
2020
She's
nominee.
both now, I guess.
Yeah. It's amazing. Karen Olivo again.
Hi, my name is Karen Olivo. I'm an artist and an educator. And one of the things that I think is so important about the arts in Wisconsin is it's one of the reasons I actually moved here. When I could see myself moving away from the coast, I felt comfort that Wisconsin would have a vibrant art scene that I could be a part of and that I could still be a patron. And arts is everything in my life. You know, I come from a household of artists. My father and my sister are both hearing impaired. And one of the places that they always belonged, one of the places that they found belonging, I should say, is the theater community. It didn't matter that we came from a low-income household or that we didn't have certain things that other people had. When we came into the theater and when we made art, it was an equalizing force. And I think that's the importance about the arts.
But we're not done yet.
We're not done. And don't log off, people.
Don't do it.
You're not going to want to miss the last couple little bits of things here. Trust me.
We truly have saved the best for last. Yes.
But before we get to that, we got to cram in everything that we want to say that we forgot to say. Ready? Go.
Okay, so, well, I think we wanted to talk about how Arts for All Wisconsin provides opportunities to people of all abilities, all ages, everywhere. We used to just be Wisconsin-based, but now, I mean, Tasmania people, right? I don't know what the time... Well, the time change probably doesn't work in our favor to have participants from Tasmania, but I'm not going to rule it out at this point, right?
Right. Don't rule anything out.
You can't rule anything out.
No.
Because we can never, never, never limit ourselves. And I think that if there are two things that have proven that to me personally, it's seeing the response to the pandemic and seeing the way that people have overcome obstacles and have figured out ways to come together and support each other and connect. And then in all seriousness, my work with Arts for All Wisconsin. I have the absolute pleasure and honor of seeing, Jim Reardon, our longest board member. He made the claim one day, and I think you were right in the room, Mike, where he said miracles happen. And I think, we're both a little jaded. We're, Gen Xers. And I think, it's easy to dismiss that or think, oh, that's an exaggeration. But the longer I've been with this organization and its people, I think that's it's accurate.
Yeah.
We have seen miracles happen.
Yeah. And one thing I will try to paraphrase and repeat that our board chair, Jason Stevens, said to me in an interview that I was hoping I could squeeze into the telethon somewhere, but we all just ran out of time. We were overflowing with content and trying to get it ready. But he said,
still running an organization.
Yeah, there's that too.
Right.
He said it's hard for people who don't know Arts for All Wisconsin well to really, in a soundbite, understand what we do, but that the way that he really, even after he was on the board, became aware of our mission and how important it is, and the way that it affects people's lives was by being present, which is really hard to do now, at an event, at a performance, at an award ceremony, and actually seeing with his own eyes all of the people that we work with and what they take away from our programming, which is some of the things that you were just talking about and that people talk about all the time: self-expression, self-esteem, all of that stuff.
Right.
It goes beyond the idea of arts education as learning techniques and things like that. It's about having an opportunity, right, to express yourself, which all of the people of all kinds were doing tonight for us and this afternoon to such great effect. And I would be remiss if I wasted our last few minutes here and didn't remind you that you can still donate and support this organization. You can get on your phone. You get on your phone and you can text. What is it again?
What would we text to?
Oh, you text to the number 44321.
321.
Arts for All. Arts, the number 4, all one word. Is that confusing? That's okay if it is, because you can go to our website at artsforallwi.org and you can donate there. There's multiple donation buttons on our website. I'm sure you can find one. And you could call too. I think Deborah's probably still around.
Yes, she is.
608.
She went on a pizza run, but she's back.
241 2131.
31.
And we'd love to see our donor board go up. We're really pleased with all of the support. It looks like we have about, let's see, 30, over 40, maybe 50 donors tonight during the telethon and this afternoon.
Fantastic.
And that's really encouraging and fantastic. And we really appreciate all of the support from everyone. And thanks for being here and watching all this stuff.
Yes. Oh, we have more in store though.
We do.
We have another treat for you. I have had the very good fortune to watch our next performer grow up over the years. And I'm sorry, I'm not really sure. Oh, sorry, I was interrupted by a message that came through. All right, but I want to focus on this. I've had the good pleasure of watching our next performer mature through the arts. She is a wonderful singer and performer, and also a very gifted visual artist as well. And we're delighted to have an opportunity to share her talent and her beautiful personality with you tonight.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Zeitler, and I am so happy to be here to support Arts for All in its first annual telethon. Arts for All is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping people with disabilities through the arts. Your donation now will help Arts for All continue its work and continue providing services during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. The song I'm going to sing is called The Climb by Miley Cyrus. It's about overcoming obstacles and rising above them. My obstacles are cerebral palsy and autism, but my disability does not define me. I can almost see it, that dream I'm dreaming, but there's a voice inside my head saying, you'll never reach it. Every step I'm taking, every move I make feels lost with no connection. My faith is shaken, but I gotta keep trying. Gotta keep my head held high. There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move. Always gonna be an uphill battle. Sometimes you're gonna have to lose. Ain't about how fast I get there. Ain't about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb. The struggles I'm facing, the chances I'm taking, sometimes might knock me down, but no, I'm not breaking. I may not know it, but these are the moments that I'm gonna remember most. Yeah, just gotta keep going, and I gotta be strong. Just keep pushing on, 'cause there's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move. Always gonna be an uphill battle. Sometimes I'm gonna have to lose. Ain't about how fast I get there. Ain't about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb. Yeah. There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move. Always gonna be an uphill battle. Sometimes you're gonna have to lose. Ain't about how fast I get there. Ain't about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb. Yeah, 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 yeah. Keep on moving, keep climbing, keep the faith, baby. It's all about the climb. Keep the faith, keep your faith. Whoa, whoa. Thanks for being here and supporting Arts for All Wisconsin. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you too. It's
And now I really am speechless.
yeah.
I love that. I love that every time I see it.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's really beautiful. And thank you for YouTube for not shutting us down over any copyright infringement issues right now. Wow. So
I think, you know, what's amazing is we're right at 8 o'clock, like on the nose, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Right.
Look at that. How did we do that? We started late.
No idea how we did.
Well, I remember, but we won't talk about it.
No. Well, yeah, we know how we shaved a little time off. Oops. You know, we would be remiss, I think, if we didn't acknowledge what's going on and a lot of the hardships that people are facing right now. And here we have been asking and asking and asking and asking for things for 7 straight hours. And we just, we really hope that you're all taking care of yourselves and each other. And we hope that we get through all of this together and have an opportunity and many opportunities to do what we're doing today, but in person, the way it's meant to be done too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one last big thank you to everybody who helped us put this event together, who worked so hard on it. Everybody who contributed their talents, even if we didn't get a chance to show it, we really appreciate your efforts and your hard work, from sending us content from the coasts to across the globe, donating your time, making open captions, ASL interpretations, all of the planning that went into this event, and the hard work from everyone. And of course, everybody who supported us financially, our sponsors, Associated Bank, American Family Insurance, Ultratech for sponsoring the Feeling Through experience, and also Wisconsin Film Festival for helping with that, and Wisconsin Public Radio and ISMIS. Thank you all for your generous support. We couldn't do it without you.
No.
And yeah, so thanks so much. I think we're gonna end tonight with a piece that we started the telethon with, because we love it so much. Big thanks to Ben Reiser and Matthew Sanborn for putting that together, and Steve Tiska. And I'll say goodnight, and I'll let you say goodnight.
I will also say goodnight. Take care, and thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Tried to get my thoughts to clear, but they wouldn't leave my head. So I grabbed a brush and grabbed some paint and then drew them out instead. 'Cause I wonder what the day will bring, and I find it hard to say most things, but I want to share my feelings. So I think I'll